little bit too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules, and to make everything work I got the tools. Living on my own, just me and my, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team,
just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When the going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team, just me and my team.
Going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the sound, you feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
It's getting hot in here, no summer. Whole team going dumb in here, no dumber. Belly aching, got that hunger. If we going OT, I'll go under. Running gun, this game without no gunner. But my squad a pack of hunters. All in the family, no Archie Bunker. Chop a team down like a stack of lumber. Run the pipe on them, no plumber. Jersey stripe, you know my number. Check the score, you know the sum up. Another win, we never run up. Been around, ain't on the come up. Putting work, sun up to sun up.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the sound, you feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the sound, you feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Still going and going. Energizer. Never beef on the court, but I keep a tenderizer. Case the temper gets short and need a rectifier. But you ain't seen my support, all my troops ride or diers. Lord is my side, yeah, we got that holy fire. We bring it in and every game court look like a fry. Kingdom of God, hail to the empire. Whole team feeling alive, no amplifier.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Going and going 100. It's going down like the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. One, two, three, four, five. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta, it's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Champion, I'm never gonna stop, I'm a champion. I'm running to the top like a champion. I'm never gonna stop, cause I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. If life is a game, then I came with a console. Or the wrong soul. If you win a few jokes and you came to the wrong show. Yeah, the wrong show. Rain pulls down like a king with a poncho. Yeah, a poncho. But I'm never gonna stop till I get what I want, so yeah, it's like demons up on my head. Got monsters under my bed. It's like a weight up in my chest. Yeah, suffocating my breath. I'm only scared of myself and all this pain and hatred I felt. So I'm boxing with my reflection till there's only one of us left. Like champion, I'm never gonna stop, I'm a champion. I'm running to the top like a champion. I'm never gonna stop, cause I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Call me a monster, it'll just better me. Keep checking me, I become everything that you keep telling me. How the f could you ever contest with me? I'm a body you. How the f could you ever be ahead of me? I'm a dad to you. Yeah, then carry you to hell with me. All the hatred you give me just powers the monster within me. I'll always be yours, so before I fall, I make sure I'm taking you with me. Yeah, I should be praying for all of my enemies to keep giving me all of their energy. I'm everything that they can never be, everything that you will never be. Champion, I'm never gonna stop, I'm a champion. I'm running to the top like a champion. I'm never gonna stop, cause I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion. Oh, I'm a champion.
Here we go, back again, same scenario. Win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping down. Believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with it done. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risk. I just stand my chest. Hold my cards to my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, less about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Take. Was mine. Pay up if you buy. Play. All that play. Ain't got time. Say. What you want, you owe me. That's fine. We talking money, this is not a race. We talking lanes, to stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't no my lover, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, less about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best the wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these.
EMEA.
It's 2, right?
Doing what he can in the back lines and actually overextend. On the side they go, Nivera. Finds the first kill and the flank. Two clutch players now fighting it out. Oh, Mystic. 9 HP. Get ready for playoffs.
Hello everybody and welcome to the lower bracket finals of VCT EMEA playoffs. I am your host Yinsu and I'm very happy to be back in the studio today, and on the desk with your analysts for this weekend is Lothar and Kaquka. Welcome guys.
Oh, I'm very happy to be here. Of course, Zeston, this guy had all the fun yesterday, so I just wanted to chime in a little bit.
Well, I finally have this one back.
Oh, poor Zesh.
Always left out.
Yeah, just like bingo, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Before we dive into all of the action for today, let's take a look at what's been happening over at the VALORANT Regional League.
No, ale też wiesz, nie ma nic do stracenia. Próba klasza zresztą. Zgarnie 3 eliminacje, co? Czwarta również! On to zrobił! I to w jakim stylu? To było 1 na 4, bo jeszcze wcześniej.
Ok, on a aussi appuyé quand même B2G qui veut TP backside. C'est un gros trade kill ici il n'y a que 6 balles dedans, ce qui n'est pas forcément terrible. Il va donc ramasser son TP. Là, il faudrait qu'il prenne son temps, mais on ne le laissera pas. C'est l'ultimate de Hip qui part. On va donc comprendre sa position et envoyer un rôdeur qui va suivre la trace. Le rôdeur sera détruit rapidement. On doit recharger et on va se faire sauter dessus, décaler en tout cas depuis les escaliers. Ça le fait. Les joueurs s'alignent. Les joueurs s'alignent ici.
That's Alex shutting down Yassine, and all of a sudden Finest find themselves at a 2-man deficit. H2O can still keep players to the other side, but can still stay strong to defend this Alex. Oh, he's catching everybody off guard. He's finding all of the angles. This time won't be checking his left side in time, but he still gets the kill. Alex with the full ace! His second of the game, and the best one of them all.
Hepsinden kaçmayı başardı canavar. Rakibi üzerine doğru geliyor. Michael bir tane headshot. İkincisi de harika. İkincisi de harika. Canavar. Şaka yapıyorsun. Ata kaptanı attığı headshot olağanüstü güzel. Eminim Genovice'in ikinin yağları erimiştir. Genovice...
Consigue sacar la primera, responde Admic, cambia de arma, va a estar jugando con la Ghost, han puesto el humo encima de la Spike como siempre dice Zinky, doble para Dominicas Lucas Evicius, tiene que llegar la desactivación de la Spike, quieren llegar al 50%, lo consigue, apertura por parte de Ace, el malagueño que firma la primera, pero no puede, no, lo ha desactivado, ha sacado dos la triple, vamos a ver si la firma, triple para él.
Zwei Leute sind quasi on-spot, die da von Maus spielen. Und Cryptix ist, Alter, Cryptix, ich bin ganz großer Fan. Cryptix mit dem 4K, Cryptix mit dem Ace! Was ein Ding!
Nice to see all of the players around the regional leagues popping off there. And Kaquka, I know you're going to be actually doing the playoffs for LVP for the Spain Rising series. What's been going on over there?
I mean, a lot of things have been going on, but I think we have some usual suspects there. Giants with Keyless that now is back in there, is going to be on those playoffs. Rebels as well, pretty strong team. Kase, Ukam that we saw just with Ease. And if you want to see all that action in the live casters, of course, just tune in or come to Barcelona, 1st of July, I believe.
I have a question.
Tell
You'll
me.
be casting it in Spanish, right?
Yes.
Are you doing the...
Triple, sí, sí, sí.
Okay.
Exactly.
You got to do the Quattro one. That's my favorite, that one.
De 4K. Okay.
Yeah.
4K para Leo. That was the best video that we've ever had.
It's so hype.
It's just amazing. So yeah.
I love it. As Kaquka said, if you want to check that out on the 1st of July, you can. Those players will be in action. But one team, they're not going to be in action until LCQ. One of the mainstays of EMEA were knocked out yesterday. Lothar, talk me through, what are you going to miss the most from them?
The most I'm going to be missing about Meg is... Wait, Padre, I know everything has to be about Padre, but not this time. Please, you don't have to be in everything.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's everywhere. He's everywhere.
I do miss Mixwell, but let's bring the topic back into it.
That's what we miss.
Yeah, you know, last night I didn't have the best night's sleep. I'm gonna admit to everybody that I did cry myself to sleep because we're not gonna be seeing this man anymore in our competition here at playoffs. The leadership, the clutches, that face. How can anyone not miss Redgar at this point?
And especially in international events, every player knows how important Redgar is to the ecosystem. It's not only the insane plays. He was doing so well in playoffs, and still it was not enough for him. So of course we're going to miss him. Me personally, another thing that I'm going to miss a little bit is going to be Defo and more the plays that he was standing on. We saw him playing on Jet, on Chamber, on Fade yesterday. We saw Sky KO. I do not know what is going to be next for Defo, but for now we're not going to see it.
And I'm gonna miss.
I know what you're gonna miss.
The time going down to the red and still with the spike not planted. It's a tragedy, but we're not gonna have those anymore. Wait, actually, scratch it. We still have Guild. We might have some of that, so maybe it's not the best point, but yes, Mech running out of time and still having the utility of the opponents ready against them is a tragedy.
I feel like every time the timer counts down for below 4 seconds, I see a tear starts welling up in your eye. Yeah,
like rolling down the cheek slowly. You know,
every single time we see 20 seconds, and we know it's gonna be coming sometime, not soon, but it will come.
Yeah, it's a sad day for everybody that's a Meg fan, but we will see them at LCQ. It's not the end. They could still make it to champions, but the playoffs bracket right now at hand, there's only 3 teams left, as you guys can see, Fnatic, Guild, and FPX, and the winner of VCT EMEA will come from one of these teams, which is going to be, I feel like, pretty exciting, the way that we are going right now.
Yeah, exactly. I still don't know, because I feel like Fnatic are trying out a lot of different stuff. I like how they were trying to adapt to what other teams are bringing. Guild, we saw them yesterday bringing in new comps, adapting onto the Fate. FPX is always on that curve, or let's change anything, maybe prepare extra for the opponent. But I think everybody kind of expected these 3 teams, and for now they're looking good. I'm happy with the representation.
I'll be honest with you, there were some really exciting matches yesterday. They were all looking like either explosive, entertaining, or strategically had depth in them, you know, to some degree, one more than the other. But I would say that in general, like, I'm very happy with the players that we had, with the Fnatic having like such a good run and proving time and time over that they are a team to just follow, because they are doing the first footsteps and they are making new metas, and they are just kind of showing the other teams how to play the game.
I mean, they're undefeated for a reason, and they're still undefeated up to this point. But more importantly, if we look ahead outside of the playoffs, Fnatic, Guild, FPX, they're going to be attending Masters Copenhagen. You guys know the copium and hopium level I have for our region is probably higher than anyone else. But do you guys feel like one of the winners is going to come from one of these teams?
I think that we have the best chances, especially because I feel like in Masters 1, first of all, we know that Reykjavik is for NA. You can take that, is all that you're going to get. But also, you know, the state, the swap, the subs, not knowing exactly the FPX, not being able to attend Liquid last minute. But right now, we see a Guild that has progressed, a Fnatic that has made changes and is looking unstoppable, and an FPX that is finally FPX.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but kind of not agree with all of that, because if someone remembers, I was always like very, let's say, honest with my opinion about our scene, and I did call out that EU is weaker than NA. I know. But this time, I actually do think that EU is sending the strongest teams that we have, but also Fnatic is leagues above anyone else right now in the world, in my opinion, and because of that I have super high expectations, but also, you know, that's the worst thing that can happen when the team has so much pressure on them, right?
We know how Durka performs in LANs. I cannot wait to see Alpha on the LAN with him, because if those two start clicking all the heads, this is going to be just easy. I say top 1, 2, and 3.
Basically, we all agree that a winner is going to come from our region. Yesterday, we started doing something called the VCT EMEA Playoffs Bingo. We're going to have a check-in today because one person has been doing abysmally, and it's Zesh, and he's not here to defend himself.
It's so sad, because obviously, thank you, Bala, for removing the competition. Meg is not going overtime and is definitely not going to win the entire playoffs. I still want to know what Tom has picked. I think that we're going to reveal that on Sunday. I don't know if I'm I'm winning. I know that Leo is now a Fade main, so no shot that kills. And Lothar has been doing a lot of push-ups.
Yeah, I did 50 yesterday, so I'm looking forward to doing more today so I can earn my 1 point. Although I don't think I'm gonna get a point for Enzo gets an ace. The low-hanging fruit with the Hypoc tech pause probably gonna happen, so that will be the second.
That was too easy.
I don't think FPX might win Breeze if they play Breeze today with Euro, and they probably will not play Euro on auto maps, so we'll see.
I mean, we will see indeed. We've been having a lot of fun here in the studios, but our players have also been having a bit of fun as they are put to the test in the latest episode of Frenzy Fire.
Sheriff and Light Shield is
1100. Sheriff is 800 and Light Shield is 400, so it's 1200.
100. Oh, wait, 1200. I mean,
1200.
1.2.
1200. The problem is like I know how much flash cost, I know how much TP cost, but how much Bucky cost?
How much is the Bucky?
Bucky it's 850 or no?
How much is a Bucky?
how much is Bucket?
Wait, yeah, or 950. It should be a bit more than 1000, I guess.
No?
I don't know what a Bucky's worth.
Bucky is 450, no, isn't it? Oh, Bucky, not Shorty, okay.
Bucky is 850.
Oh, it's 850 now.
Really?
Yes.
Then don't count.
1200.
950. Easy.
Jet Smoke's 200 now, I think. So Phantom 3.1. 3100. 3100.
3,300. 3,300. I have an excuse. I just switched agents. So
3100. 3100. 3150.
3050.
It's gonna be 2,900 plus 250. So it's gonna be 3,150.
It's 3k.
3100.
3,300. Whew, operator.
Oh, this is tricky.
and I get the KO knife. Okay, that's free.
Okay, wait, operator. 4,600. Right? If not right, I'm already lost.
Operator is 4,700.
700. ZG.
So it's 5,850.
Quick math. It might be 6k 150.
5,850.
5,850. Let's go.
5.65. Close enough.
How much is the Bulldog? That's the question.
2,100, or is it 2,150?
Okay, let it be 2,100.
Plus Light Shield makes it
2,500. Or 2,550 because I'm not sure how much Bulldog costs.
Bulldog is 2,050.
Oh, yeah, then 2,450.
GG.
2,600. Oh, okay. Oh no.
2,400, yeah.
3,050. 3,150.
2,200.
2300.
3.9? I don't know. 3.8? I was very lazy. 2,080 creds because Classic is for free.
2,950. Man, unlucky.
You just know that Zesh is never going to let us forget that Twiston is the smartest player in the world.
Also, of course, Twiston knows how much a Bucky is. He knows every single shotgun in the game. I think it was just insane how Twiston was just calm and collected, being like, yeah, how can you not know this?
I think you can literally see who is playing a lot of ranked
yes.
and who is not, because the players who are playing ranked are always like playing all the random guns as well. Because
counting every penny.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that he knew the Bulldog as well. Big up, Twiston. Yeah, nice one, Twiston. We really enjoyed that. But today we have a big task. Of course, it is the lower bracket finals between Guild and FPX. And this is going to be a best of 5, which you guys know there's a little bit of nuances here and there. It's very different from a best of 3.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, there's only going to be one ban for each team, respectively. So obviously, is whatever you don't want to see from the other, and it's going to be a marathon. Minimum is going to be 3 maps, so we need all the resilience that these teams have to offer.
And I mean, you can say that there's some nuance to best of 5. I think it's actually less nuance in this case because the teams can only take away one map, right? And the nuance comes in from, let's say, picking the right order to know your strengths and opponent's weaknesses to make sure that your opponents play their weakest maps out of 5 first.
Yeah, interestingly, both of these teams, they've played best of 5s before in the history of both organizations. Both played it 4 times, but the difference is Guild have only ever won it once, and FPX have only ever lost it once.
Yeah, exactly. And last time that we actually saw them against each other was a year ago. It was in July of last year. As we can see in the graphic, of course, FPX taking the win. And I think that overall, not only this result of having the resilience is also during a group stage and playoffs, most of their games have gone to that 3rd map, so they're in comfort ground right now.
And also remember that the only best of 5 that Guild won so far was with this lineup, not with the previous one, not with one with Yasin and Bonka, so with different IGL as well. With I mean, it's a different team, I guess, kinda to some degree.
Yeah. I mean, this bodes well because this is the roster that have at least won their first best of 5 together. But if we want to talk about Guild a little bit more, Guild, they finally done it. They are on the Fade train. We've seen them bring it out. Kaquka, show us some of the things that you identified with their debut on this agent yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to take a look at what happened, obviously, on both Bind and Haven, because if you're going to test that Fade that I'm sure they have been practicing in the past, you want to do it against a team like Fnatic that has Enzo and has a lot of not only experience, but they're not going to make it easy for you. I would say that the attack, I was pretty surprised because it was pretty good the way that they were putting pressure over the map and then just walking onto the other. It was the defense on Bind that I was not so sure about. So the main difference between these two teams is that Enzo is going to always be playing as a pairing and is always going to be helping his teammates. On the other side, we're going to see, as you see here on the minimap, that Leo's going to be playing on his own, even though Trex is behind him. But what he's going to do is show the hunt over the TP. So both Colamenta and Russ have an opportunity to take a 1v1. Let's just call it like that. But the problem is, when that hunt lands and they get revealed, they know that Derke is there. And that is a big issue because Derke has his ultimate. The result of this is that both Russ and Colamenta have to run away. They have nothing to stop Derke. Amali's not going to stop him. He's just going to satchel away. And they're just, Fnatic is just going to follow on the execute. And now all that Fade utility, all the things and the combos that could happen, just because Safe is not there to take that first duel, is going to be too complicated to execute. This is going to be around for Fnatic. They're still going to take some duels, a lot of utility use, but still, this was something that was being repeated over the defense and didn't look too good. But what about when we move on to Haven and we think of a composition that is not against the other Fade? What Guild does is, instead of taking the Fade in and work around it, they make the Fade work for what they had in the past. They change the composition. They no longer have that Killjoy. And what I wanted to take a look is, what do they do on the attack now that they don't have anything to look for that plant, but besides, you know, that chamber trap that nobody cares about. So I'm going to speed it up. They're going to take a little bit of mid control. And after 30 seconds of putting a little bit of pressure and taking that control is when Guild, we know that they're pretty slow, is going to start but what they've been doing not only on Bind, but also on this map. So we can see Colamenta is going to fake TP here, and everything's going to follow right after. What Leo's going to do, the utility is not for the execute, it's for the fake. That utility is going to come onto, is going to follow also by an entrance onto Garage, a smoke that's going to cover the window and the destroy, not the trap. You cannot blame Fnatic for over-rotating and thinking, hey, this is a safe split. But on the other hand, we're going to see how Guild is just walking towards A. Safe is going to hit some nasty shots. And even though it's an eco for them, it's going to be around for them. Although, on the next round, now that Alpha knows what they're doing and they know they're not against the Killjoy, he's just going to take all the space that he wants, going for that first fight, and realizing that the moment that he sees the utility being used anywhere else in the minimap, as we're going to see now towards C, it means that the rest of players of Guild are holding an angle or already rotating onto the next one. So Alpha's just going to go on the hunt after he sees that everybody is working on that. So still a lot of things to work around. I like, because it's a different approach. I'm really looking forward to see if they're going to do it again today, now that they're up against FPX.
Very important point also. In the first clip, you're facing Fnatic. So the execute that you are facing takes so much space away from Guild that it didn't even have like the kind of let's say freedom of doing the utility fully, right? So it should be easier for them, in my eyes at least, today to do those tricks that you explained and be more efficient with them because they're not facing the same kind of quality of executions.
Well, Fade is a very meta pick right now, so we're probably expecting them to whip it out again today. But one man I want to speak about that both of you have complimented in the past is Coldamenta, because at this point, Kaquka, I refuse to believe that is a coincidence that every single time we see him, his team, it gets better.
Yeah, exactly. He started back in Movistar Riders, and after, getting all along with the boys, he actually, ended up in Ascent, creating this powerhouse that actually ended up winning Masters 1 out of nowhere. It was the Cinderella story that everybody was talking about. And we also know a team that was looking for an IGL at the moment. They were, kind of lackluster after the rest of the team catched up, and that was G2. It was Coldamenta that managed to take them to their first international event. We lived through that very intensively, and after G2 decided that it was, it was not the way, we were wondering what is going to be next for Coldamenta. Where is this brain going to end? He ends up in Guild, and he actually again takes her to the first LAN in this competition.
Also, just think about this fact. The first two teams in playoffs that lost were the ones that don't have, like, let's say, very known IGLs. Liquid struggles.
That don't have Coldamenta anymore.
They don't have an IGL there, so they struggle with, right? And then we have Ascend also lose, and I'm not sure actually who is even IGLing right now in Ascend.
It's between VAC and Zeke.
Yeah, but it's like, so they don't have a dedicated IGL, right? That does this stuff.
That highlights how important it is and how we can see, even though, he's never top fragging, he's a very passive player, doesn't matter because he's actually leading the team. And the results are there.
Yeah, and speaking of a leader and one of probably the most well-known in-game leaders we have, not just in EMEA, but all over the world, it is Angel, and I had the pleasure of catching up with him earlier. I'm now joined by Angel from FPX. Hi, Angel. Welcome back to the show. You guys had a bit of a grueling best of 3 yesterday late into the night, which means you probably haven't had too much time to prep for today's game. So talk me through what's been the main focus in the preparation for this best of 5 against Guild.
To be honest, there was no big preparation for it. We just gathered general info about which maps we're gonna play, how they're playing those maps. And obviously we didn't have enough time, especially before best of 5. I'm not a fan of playing extra pracs and stuff.
When it comes to the best of 5, you mentioned maps. How confident are you in the map pool that you guys have right now, given that there is a possibility that you could play all 5 maps?
Actually, we're pretty fine with the map pool, especially against Guild. I'm not gonna go into details, but we're feeling comfortable.
What do you make of their map pool then, in which case? Are there a couple of maps that you feel more confident perhaps against them on?
Probably, yeah. To be honest, I feel we're confident on any map we're gonna play. Maybe except one, but we're gonna ban it.
Oh, okay. I look forward to seeing what you guys are going to ban. But of course, you are the defending champions. I know qualifying for Copenhagen was probably the main goal, but now that's done. You have a title to defend now. What do you think your team must do in order for you guys to make that happen?
To be honest, I think we need just to relax a bit. And thus qualifying to Copenhagen can definitely help with it. I feel when we don't feel ourselves under high pressure, we're playing twice better. When we're not afraid of doing some individual plays, when we're not afraid to play aggressive when it's needed, I think that benefits us a lot.
Do you feel like some of the losses that you've had, and maybe not serious-wise, but on maps, for example, yesterday, was down to the fact maybe you guys weren't 100% relaxed?
No. I wouldn't say so. And to be honest, I don't look like we lost a map because of something. I look at the things we lost this round because of something. We lost this round because of another reason, right? And when you look closely on the rounds we lose, even in the maps we won, I can clearly see that we're not acting like we should. I would say like this.
Lastly, I'm sure you would have seen yesterday, Guild, they've broken the Fade ban, I guess, on their team. They're finally whipping it out now. They're kind of running the Chamber Fade raise. What did you make of it? Did you have time to watch it? Because, again, I feel like a lot of the teams, when they're running Fade, they're probably stealing stuff from you.
No, I'll be honest with you. I didn't watch like any demos, any matches that Guild played. Like maybe live some, yeah, but not as a preparation for today's match. And I don't think like any team can surprise us with something which Fate can do. So I'm not afraid of it for sure.
You guys are normally the team that's surprising other people, so that makes sense. Thank you so much for joining me, Angel, and best of luck in your best of 5.
Thank you.
As Angel said there, they have a title to defend this weekend. They've done the hard part of qualifying to Copenhagen. And Lothar, do you feel like that they're on track right now to actually be able to defend that trophy?
Well, I definitely hope so, because last time they were actually won the trophy was with a sub, was with Buddy G playing instead of Angel, but sometimes Angel playing instead of Ardis when he was, let's say, not up.
Sick,
yeah, he was just sick. So, that was an unfortunate situation, and I feel like even though they look better than they were looking the previous season, now Fnatic is just looking 10 times better than they were looking the last season. So FPX is unfortunately in a tougher spot right now.
Yeah, and also we know that they rely a lot on the preparation. Angel told you, hey, we actually haven't watched any demos. Whatever happens, we rely on what we have prepared until now. Let's see how the maps are going to evolve. But I think there is a lot of potential. I still feel like maybe that pressure that he's mentioning wasn't there the last time, because they were always like, oh yeah, it's not actually us because we're working with the sub, so maybe, that takes off the pressure a lot, and now they feel like they have to perform every time.
Well, the pressure's not just on Angel and co, but it's also on you, Lothar, because you need a Yoru win today. Is that gonna happen?
Well, both teams play a lot of Breeze, so I expect it to not get banned, right? And Angel is playing Yoru on Breeze, and my worry is that there's so many tapes on Yoru now, and it feels like Angel doesn't really switch around a lot of stuff that he's doing overall with this agent so far, and this might be the moment when he gets countered. We have seen yesterday Omen actually being very efficient against the Yoru that we have seen on the Breeze with the Paranoia just countering the TPs. But I have high hopes, and I feel like the fundamentals for this team.
There is. Of course, there is.
FPX have still a lot to, let's say, apply to the game with the Yoru, and there's still a lot to improve with, but it looks promising.
So he has said fundamentals is now when I highlight Shao being the greatest of all time. Is it that my turn? Is that my cue?
Yeah, Shao is up there, but Zipan, are you interested in talking about him?
Yeah, we can definitely talk about Zipan, because yesterday he had a brilliant performance, especially when Ardis was not there quiet. And we actually wanted to talk about the differences between him on the race and him on the KO.
Yeah, and that's actually a stark contrast. Even though on race he has less rounds than on KO, as you can see, 160 to 210, the ACS and the ADR is just massive. He also takes a lot more first opening duels, of course, on the race than on the KO, which is the more, let's say, supportive character, but with the flashes he can still be an open, right? But in general, I feel like what matters the most for Zipan is the confidence. Whenever he plays on race, this is the character that I known him from 2 years ago. Zipan was that one-trick pony in race that played in ranked and so on, and he was just so efficient with the satchel, so efficient with the ultimates, and it just feels like he's just in his sauce, when he's playing race.
Yeah, he adds up very well to the addition of Ardis. I want to tell you one fact that I know you're going to love. The last time the Guild and FPX played against each other, that 3-0, one of the maps was Icebox, and Zipan got over 100 ACS. You know with which agents?
Over 100.
Over 100. Over 500, sorry.
I was going to be like, 100 is
sorry. Over 500. Over 5. Of course.
Yeah, I wanted to say
so
Reina,
I just
but
hope that it happens again.
Well, I mean, it might happen again, who knows? But with that in mind, let's talk about the map picks and what we're going to see today. Of course, it's a best of 5. There's only going to be 2 bans. Let's have a look and see which maps are banned out. Bind is gone. Icebox is gone. Really no surprises there.
No, really. Guild has been, bouncing back between Sand, Icebox. They definitely don't want to touch the Icebox just yet. That first pick on Fracture, I'm really excited to see if Guild is actually going to continue on that train, if we're going to see the Fate adapting more onto coming on on to Copenhagen and battle the rest of the world. For FPX though, knowing that it was a team that usually banned for the opponent, during playoffs they've only banned Bind, they've never, after what happened against the Sun, they just don't want to touch it anymore. So I think I kind of expected this. I'm really looking forward to the second map though.
Yeah, and Lothar, we have Breeze. So let's break down some of the things that we could be seeing even on Breeze today.
Yeah, when it comes to Breeze, I can talk about some similarities and differences between those two teams. So let's jump straight in to not waste time. First one will be the pistol round from the FPX coming here on Breeze. And this is defense. I'm going to be talking only about defense rounds to like showcase what are the plans here. So essentially, FPX wants to do a crunch on mid. The TP from Yoru is going to go into double doors, but what is very important is that in this space on the B side, this is the trap from the chamber. It's just there to secure that no one is pushing them into B without their knowledge. Sova is putting an arrow in front of A side, in front of Cave, to make sure that the Viper is aware if she needs to use the snake bites to stop an early push, and then he will rotate into the nest to support the characters in mid, doing that pressure push with the drone to check elbow, for example. That's one of the strategies. Then let's jump to Pistol from Guild. Guild is doing a very similar approach, but with different directions between the teammates. So we have the trap being used on B side to the same, like let's say, to give the same amount of info that the chamber trap is doing on B to make sure that the players are not pushed from two sides. And then we have a retake setup on A, and 4 players are doing the push and the crunch through those two directions. Very similar approach, but there's more utility that has, like, let's say, pressure from the double doors, because the flashes and the snake bites are coming from this direction and not from top mid, which would be easier in theory to initiate with over the wall. And then we have also one more thing with the Guild B wall. That is a very interesting setup on a full buy where the... Oops, that's not it. Here we go. There's a wall from the Viper that just cuts in this space and allows the players to do a very massive push while the Cypher is controlling AK with a camera. Sova is doing a wall, an arrow in front of Cave, and then rotates to mid to help with the drone as well. It's a very interesting setup because it's a very flexible one that reads the pressure being done from the opponents very well, and then adjusts the positions on the map to make sure that they have good defenses against the attackers.
Well, Breeze is going to be the 4th map, so we might see it today. I feel like we are going to see it,
yeah.
but let's go into Fracture first. We're going to head into Agent Select shortly, but of course, it does feel like both of you maybe want to see some changes on the side of Guild.
Yeah, I think that one of the changes that I would like to spit is maybe Russ moving away from the Sage and putting something else, contributing something else to the team. We know that FPX definitely chose this map after what happened yesterday against Meg. I think that both the first maps were like an hour long, and then they took up like 20 to 30 minutes to finish off there.
He's done it. He's changed it up.
Okay, thank you very much, Russ. That brings the question, is Goldamenta going to stick to the Brimstone now that they have the Viper?
Zipman is on Race, Goldamenta's on Astra.
Ooh.
Okay,
well, that makes more sense, yeah.
Astra Breach is the most, let's see, this is the old combo from Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
This is the Astra Breach Race combo that makes sure that you can take a lot of space in the early beginning of the round.
I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic will go back to that as well. I think that this double controller here on Fracture could be insanely strong.
Yeah, the problem is though, Astra, if she uses the utility now to control early tempo, she probably runs out of steam for the second part of the round. And that is an issue if you don't follow up on that first pressure that you do as a defender, and that might be a trap that you just fall into because your opponents will just counter that.
I think that also the fake potential that we're going to have on the side of Guild, they did it yesterday for the 2 maps. I want to see how they do it now on Fracture, especially now that they changed the composition a little bit.
Ooh, some changes in here. This is going to be a lower bracket final, best of 5. It's a marathon, guys, not a sprint. And your casters who will be taking you through this marathon is Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, it's been a minute, Mike. It's nice of you to rejoin us here in all of esports. It does, it really does. But you excited for this one? It should be a good game.
Best of 5, set to be a banger. The Veto's pretty interesting as well. I can't wait to get into this one, Lauren.
Yeah, let's dive into it. Well, you kind of touched on it there just before we got to reintroduce ourselves to FPX and Guild. The veto did catch your eye a little bit, and skewing that towards where we're starting, Fracture, is there anything you're specifically looking out for? The comp changes are there, but do you think they're enough to really write home about? Where are you skewing on this, at least to start with?
I mean, just initially, I think Lothar makes a good point, right? This adjustment here from Guild after two, what I felt was comfortable performances previously in versus Mech and Liquid. Again, Mech, maybe the scoreline leaning a little heavier on Guild's decision making there, but I don't particularly think that was, a Guild underperformance. This year needs to feel a bit more invested in terms of that first wave, in terms of the execute, what they need to achieve in the early round if they're going to invest some of this asset utility. So that's something I've definitely got my eye on here, but obviously Ardis gonna swing through dish there. A little bit of contact on the other side, but no damage exchanged. Information noted to two ages, so.
No, and this could be quite brawly, and I'm always down for a little bit of a fight, as the pinch looks inevitable, doesn't it? There's Russ. Oh, safe. Where did that just come from? He just got two. Ardis desperate to try and make any sort of ground back at this point, but it is still looking okay, at least as to who's standing. It's a 2v2. It's still serviceable after what was a absolutely feverish start from Safe. And now we have to look what remains. So the spike can be get to hand. Leo 10 HP is a bit of a problem, but Frenzy still there and Safe by his side. So again, it seems that everything's been noted, and the slower approach now towards that A site, and the cross is going to be the problem, if anything.
Exactly.
Actually, FPX falling away from this.
Of course, you guys are still just holding a very tight angle there. Safe.
Wow.
Unable to connect now. First tap comes through. Ardis actually peels back towards CT, and we'll find that kill. An interesting pistol round actually from FPX. It was pretty much everybody invested towards defending the one site. And I mean, initially, Guild looked as if they'd had a lot of fortune in that regard. Safe finding a collat headshot. It looked like a kill for, I think both of them were headshots, but things initially came down to a 2v2. So interesting start here. Yeah, it was actually both headshots coming through, but Fan and Ardis do respond in kind.
Always down for a good Ardis game as well. Like to watch him pop off. Always a bit of a playmaker when he gets those, hot games. So this could be quite a fun one if he continues that form, and of course, Safe similar scenes if he does get going. But again, for me, I think something that the desk actually touched on very early on is that I do think we finally see some of the more consistent teams being sent to the international events now. I think we have some of the strongest being sent here. So this is quite the spectacle. Again, both these teams are in a good position. They don't have to worry too much about, making it to that next stage as such. They're looking okay for it. That's dangerous. A bit of a trade out there, but again, chip damage isn't so bad considering the purchase you've got coming in here. You'll take anything you're going to get.
As you get to actually get a lot of information on that jump peak there. Forced away with the paint shell. Angel going to swing through though. That's the Vandal dropped as well.
Yeah, I don't love that swing from him. Again, fortunately, for a couple of... Oh, the timing. Oh, and as if Sugetsu turns and checks it. I mean, bloody hell, he is on today. And now Leo a 1v3. It all looked a bit dangerous for a moment there, and they did lose that Vandal, but I assume that'll be collected, as I can now see it in Hand of Shao, but that did get a little dicey at times.
Thank God. Sugetsu's got the Frenzy in hand, to be honest, doing absolute work with it there. Yep. Catches a god timing on Safe as well behind that smoke. Yeah, a little bit of, well, actually, you think about that, I think actually Ardis and Sugetsu both brought pistols in, obviously the Headhunter being the one to kind of offset this purchase a little bit, so even with the 2 kills, but seeing Angel on a wild swing through that wall did make it interesting for a minute, again, whether or not the Vandal was ever going to get retrieved there. Sugetsu actually counters through this here.
That shot.
Yeah, Trex got absolutely beamed.
Sugetsu's got the sauce right now, just oh, the frenzy. It's a pistol. I know it looks like a rifle, but it isn't. Maybe an SMG at times. It can do it all. But what it can do now is take a bit of a sideline, because we do at least have the buy coming out, and a little bit of a bonus, of course, remaining for FPX. We've got, 2 Spectres still in the mix, so nothing too much to write home about. We have to look at those early intent, because, again, something that was said early on is that initial wave, that initial approach from Guild has to be critical.
It does, and I'm curious to keep my eye on the investment of these Viper Wards actually in a minute, almost countering each other. So to see who's actually going to come out on top in terms of value from that towards B-site itself, whether or not this is going to be kind of Guild's default investment of some of this controller utility. So called meant to be in the second layer to that.
Covering it.
2 fake smokes here. to maybe pull a rotation. Angel considered it for a moment, but
he's drifted back.
Zipan posted deep here. I think actually he's probably just going to play contact. Yeah, with the door open, we'll get a one-way in support as well. So FPX cycling this utility really well.
Fades over as well. Xiao's here too now.
Yep.
Which is pretty essential, honestly. That could have been Zipan on an island, but the timing's really good for this kind of swing back through. So it could at least put up a fight. And look at the time, 10 seconds. If anything goes wrong, if everything falls to pieces, something like this, it could all go wrong. And Angel brings death to Guild. 3 back-to-back, and it's looking comfy now. 3 seconds, spikes in. Well, okay, Angel, it was so good. Cut the frag movie early, boys. Get that one out of there, but an excellent hold from FPX. And I've got to say, again, Angel, little MVP that round.
And you can see the intention here from Guild, but I think they missed the window of opportunity massively. It takes so long for them to actually reset after that kind of pump towards B site. You can see Angel considering the rotation, but with no contact behind some of these fake smokes, there's no pressure created, and Guild ultimately just shift walk until the clock almost decides that, right? I mean, even finding the open onto Zipan, it doesn't really equate to anything.
Ready.
Point man this round, if it continues this way, would be Artist, but keep your eyes on the rotation again. Angel en route. You've already got that aggressive stance coming out from Zipan, over-exploring by Dish, but getting confirmation of a lack of attendance. Good enough to commit the players. Keep Angel in the right place. You get to, again, big information, and Artist, beautiful work. To get to someone to actually claim it in the end as he does dip out of there, but again, FPX, taking fights together, looking pretty comfy at this point, not looking too worried by what is a bit of a mixed bag. Got the 2 rifles remaining, one with Safe and one with Russ.
Gets to actually take the warbang there, down to 15 HP. He's got to be careful for the remainder here. Russ biding his time, but he's got to be the one to try and backstab this a little bit. Leo good for the trade onto Ardis, but Russ has to make a move. Now he finally does find Sugetsu, but one more to deal with. Russ finds the second?
That's so out of pocket for us. There's no shot he was meant to have that. Like, this guy just suddenly gets away with murder. Zipan. Leo had no options. Had to just get out into the open in the end. And now the 2 players, Zipan and Xiao, up against Safe and Russ. Now, the cross is going to be made. I don't know if Safe even going to catch the audio cue, but a cross is made, and it's caught down. Russ is gone, and now it's all on Safe and FPX. Well, off the retake. I mean, that was deadly, but off the back of Russ, really.
It was, like I said, he was the one that ultimately had to backstab that setup, and that's so just at the right time. I mean, the fact he finds the second is phenomenal for him.
Yeah.
Questioning pulling away from that paint shot there. I'm not sure exactly where it was going to spread. Whether or not Leo had an opportunity to stick there, and whether or not there was a possibility for a second swing. But FPX, I mean, at least Zipan and Xiao, good for the retake there. Nice and clean on the way back in.
It's lovely. And for some reason, for a second in my mind, I forgot how good Xiao is on this agent as well. So that's going to be fun to watch throughout the series if he does continue to play. I think that's a lovely little check back in. But again, we do see the operator out now for Artist, so that's going to be on deck. Early A main control, and there it is. Rattles off a bullet already. Safe's gone. Man's playing COD 2 out here. And Artist just going to readjust towards sight. Good read on the timing as well, but you can see the Coldamenta not fancying that anymore.
They're slowly back towards A side, but FPX have ultimately had their finger on the pulse in terms of the rotations here, and they got bodies in place already. It's a 2-2 split as well, so all members of Guild here have to find something on the way in. Actually, with where's Zipan's position? He does have the showstopper ready, and he's just holding on to drop. Now, if they don't fully commit out here, Trex potentially with the blast backs, that could punish them.
No, and I like what I'm seeing already, that, you know, they're leaving Artist to take so much space, and you're going to have the other side having Angel there early on. You need that, you get it. Zipan quickly trades it out, and it's right back to where it was before, and Angel's timing's good till he's claim 1 takes down Russ. Trade comes out for Coldamenta. It's Leo and Coldamenta, though. 30 seconds, they still need to clear Zipan.
1 enemy remaining.
Cross is being watched as well. Zipan is no longer alone. Sugetsu's there. Artist is there. And the control's in the right place. I've got to say it, for a game of rotation, if you look at that way, to have the right players on the right site at the right time, I think FPX are playing a great game of that right now.
Yeah, I think conversely, though, Guild aren't really achieving an awful lot in the early round.
They're not selling the fakes to me, Mike.
I mean, this one they concede the first blood. It's the first time we've really seen a huge gap between that first to second kill in the round, but you're absolutely right. FPX are just going through the motions. It feels like there isn't enough pressure towards either side. Where Guild, I think, are just misreading the setups here. Especially noting if Artist has that operator, you know that ultimately after that first blood, it being onto safe on the chamber, there's going to be a heavier lean towards A.
Absolutely. And again, yeah, FPX not looking like they're really breaking a sweat in these decisions and not being caught short once. I haven't seen them, you know, having that player disadvantage. Angel is in the right place constantly.
Well, they're not even really scrambling to trade, right? I mean, that setup there,
not even close.
Like I said, the showstopper, ultimately in that regard, they either come through drop and they're on site, they're extremely vulnerable there, or, you know, they have to massively overextend to really break that FPX setup.
And now we're looking at the early game. Not too much progress made just yet, but slow, clear, safe. Tour de force out and about. Xiao still sticking around, though. They're playing close to this. 2 players by that door. Think Xiao goes in underhand, and away we go. It's going to be a little bit of a messy one as Drake does find Xiao, so that's going to at least eliminate that first line, but the trade's so effective. FPX so quick to respond in kind, and Safe's presence is finally found. This might be the leveraging factor. Could facilitate the cross with the spike, potentially. And see if that does come through as Angel has a little bit of a peek. Does take the space away as well. Allows Sugetsu to get a little bit of a wiggle on towards the site. The spike is down.
Sure if that was actually body blocked or Angel was trying to fake it in the first place, but they have a problem now with Safe. They need to wait for one of Angel's smokes to come back. They're actually going to swing ahead of it. Safe. The rare miss there, but the Viper's pick going to make this interesting as well, Lauren.
That's so dangerous the way they just played that, and they have to commit towards it. Angel's on the side, but you can see Safe's now committed as well. And he catches him on the side of the smoke. Angel now gone, and it's all on Sugetsu. And that's perfect work from Safe. A necessity in a round like this, Mike, because it felt like Guild were falling a little flat here, but that positioning was fantastic.
Absolutely, and even there with the whiff, I mean, the Safe finds that kill. It holds them in main. The slow field would have preventing them from actually following up on that initial contact. I was going to note Xiao needed to be a little careful here with the showstopper and Safe's position early on towards drop, but let's see. I mean, Angel and Zipper is the first time we have seen them. I was commenting on them not scrambling to find a trade. That's the first time we did actually see FPX kind of actually struggling to counter that pressure.
Now again, though, we have seen that the money will be pretty comfortable for FPX for a little while longer. Again, Artist can then lean towards that tour de force. And aggression seems to be the name of the game, but at least this time towards that A site. Angel not really relenting anytime soon either. Rush has been pretty diligent at this if they did overcommit, but again, could you read into this over-aggression as to maybe that tour de force will be posted towards that B site? Curious where Guild take themselves now.
I was holding a pretty deep angle here, just on contact with the orb. See actually on the X-ray. Both lined up safe there, ready to try and swing this as the operator of his own, but Flash perfect, so was a little early, but forced off this angle initially, and actually the Cosmic Divide's going to isolate Sugetsu massively.
Yeah, looking at the utility to follow up as well, really, not just allowing it to chance at this point. Sugetsu, no good choices, but still getting away with it. Still finding, you know, Artist catching tricks. What? How are FPX winning this round? It looks so well constructed. Guild did all the groundwork, and they get left at 2 HP and barely a plant. This is absolutely unimaginable. FPX just a slap in the face to Guild.
Well, I mean, you got to credit Xiao there for the reveal. It comes through Sugetsu. He's absolutely isolated the gravity well as well. On top of that, to hold him in towards that tower opening, as he's desperate to slow things down, right? He doesn't want to give up site control, and does so well. I'm not even sure where Artist finds this kill. He actually just swings onto dice. He actually comes back through the Cosmic Divide, yeah.
Straight up. Yeah, fair play. I honestly thought that round was cooked for FPX, at least for the plant, right? Like, in my mind, I'm like, sure, they'll at least get a nice plant, maybe, you know, a little bit of a contested post plant, but you feel like, oh, maybe they've got this one, they've taken a lot of space. Absolutely not the case. And we're now sitting at a 6-1 scoreline. This feels... Is this true to what you expected now, seeing, I guess, even looking at agent select, the map coming in, you know, all the other kind of external factors? Did you expect a 6-1 scoreline?
Certainly not with Guild's attacking half, no. This is I'll be honest, it comes back to, and we've seen through Guild performing very well recently. We've still seen some rounds that are kind of in keeping with what we're seeing here, right? They're kind of overthinking things, overcooking it a little bit.
Sure.
Guild have actually looked fantastic in terms of some of these. I mean, you look at that execution there. If Sugetsu doesn't get away with murder, finding a wall bang through a wall that bullets shouldn't go through, then Artist coming back up and perfectly timing that swing. Don't get me wrong, it's really well coordinated by FPX. I think it's Sugetsu that relays that call. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to give up side control here. But it's feeling a little flat from Guild so far.
Yeah, need that. Hopefully the timeout might kick him into action. Identify again, it's one of those things. It's small tune-ups, small bits and pieces. It can't be a whole game plan you're going to come out with, but hopefully a little bit of a reminder, maybe something they've noted so far to adjust on and keep the forefront of their minds, or simply what they want to do in this round coming up. Looking towards the minute mark now. Shout joined by Zipan and Angel towards the A side. First real confirmation found, but no big intent behind it. Consider this purchase as well as Leo's got the rifle, as does Safe. And you can see the exploratory mission gets found. Russ sends him back into the next round. Angel's now gone. So a little bit of an overextend and a good punish.
For the first time as well, see FPX try and explore a little bit. It's been Zipan the one to control this dish area initially. Sugetsu finds the first, gold meant to go for the trade. Arliss elsewhere will pick up Russ. So
there.
Guild still desperate to try and get some progress towards side. Shao still holding on though. Again, done enough damage to slow this down already.
And then it's Zipan teed up.
Yeah.
Lovely work. I thought I could get a little dangerous, but yeah, I mean, between Shao and Zipan there, the position was really nice. But you're right, that was the first time I guess we've seen Angel get caught. But it was up against, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, that it was up against like a bit of a shoddy purchase as such, because you kind of don't want to feed rifles across in these rounds or get too over aggressive in rounds that could spiral. But again, FPX in commanding form so far.
Yeah, looking very comfortable here on the defense, and whether or not we can see a pace change now after the timeout. Obviously, coming in here, this is the full purchase. No ultimates available for Guild. See what the MO is. Trucks again, quick to try and close up towards door. Actually try and take away some of this control that has kind of been for free with Guild being so slow in the early round. FPX have had control of A main seemingly uncontested so far.
Already seen the rotation come through. Yeah, Shao does have the operator this time. Bear in mind that Artist is on roost. We've got the double operators coming out. Trex is, you can see the scenario, it's not very kind by any means. Zipan's gonna punish. Now, Angel did go down, but you can see the quick adjustment. Now, keep your eyes on that spike. First time they've been able to punish Angel and maybe open up some space early enough into the round to hit a rotation, and you can see it's a quick flip of the switch over towards that B side. But already a lean coming out from Sugetsu, trying to fill that void, but he's not alone. Players behind, players in front. He's got problems aplenty coming his way. How much can one man do, though? This Sugetsu, who's been pretty nasty so far. And do they still diligently clear this site? They're going to leave it a little late.
This wall
that
drops.
rotation was quick.
Actually, they do slip onto site here. Safe.
Where's Sugetsu? There it is.
And Artist even still finds another one after that.
The timing's great because Sugetsu held space. Artist able to swing off the back of the contact. Now Leo surrounded. Sugetsu's played this so perfectly. That was actually gorgeous. The quick rotation, the offbeat timing to it, and them just not clearing as diligently as they maybe should have, just purely off of the back that no one's meant to be there that quick.
And this is the thing, you make a good point, because in this scenario, again, to see Guild shift walking, these clearances need to be good. If that's how you're going to play the round out, you can't allow Sugetsu to still just be a nuisance.
Yep. Even if he got like a one and done, teed up maybe Artist to claim a little bit more, he's done so well there.
I mean, he's vulnerable here.
It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Double op still out. Shout Artist.
Well, and the double operator also suits the way Guild's playing. Right, it's slow. They're shift walking into angles. Yes, we've seen some good investment of Leo's utility on that previous round where Artist did have the tour de force, but with Guild just shift walking around the map, this is exactly the sort of team that you want to play a double operator against.
Oh yeah. Sugetsu can do no wrong, it feels like right now. Pre-kill through smokes. Just the game's his. Does he go for another one? He was so close with Artist, of course. Why not? Why not? Was that a 2-for-1?
Yeah,
Potentially?
freebie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needed the discount, did you? Come on, Artist. Be kind. And you know, being quite honest, this is a stomp as it stands. I don't need to, tell you what you can see, but it's been a while since I've seen Guild look this uncomfortable. Now, Trex is putting up a great case here to try and do some damage, but the Spike's left in a really bad position, and Zipan's got the cross, so that was dealt with relatively comfortably in the end. But again, we've seen the resurgence of Guild, right? If people are just tuning in towards the later stages of the VCT, right? They're just like checking in before it goes to the event, right? They're trying to do that little I guess information search on these teams. I'd say the Guild's resurgence to form it feels like it's a finally coming of age sort of deal, right? It's like, okay, finally it's all lining up for them. Fantastic, cool. I have not seen them look this outplayed in a minute.
No, I tend to agree with that, and it's the things that have looked so good for Guild that are just completely absent in this attacking half so far for me. Again, let's fight towards a main control. One out by FPX initially. Lots of utility invested here. You can see Xiao's position over on the other side. No real threat towards site just yet. The one way is going to go up. Angel will drift away. Leave Zipan on task here. I mean, just the protocol list for FPX just looks so good. So good. And like I said, Guild aren't really, still now, round 11, not achieving an awful lot in the early rounds. They're not really finding damage. They're not really even finding a comfortable opening engagement.
No, you're absolutely right. And this is probably the first time it could be the right pace if they go quickly now. But no, again, they've missed that timing window. And Artist can stick here, and probably with the lack of follow-up behind it, gets a little bit of a call. They're probably coming your way. Get ready for it. Let's see what he can get done. Perfect. A deeper angle this time. Sticks around a little longer. I love it, this match. There's something about the way Artist plays I can't help but really enjoy. But as I said, Guild this time have a chance, have a step, and Golden Mentor by brute force alone takes down Angel. Artist does back away a little bit. You can see him sitting a little bit passively, having to respect the utility invested. Who gets to, can't do it this time. Safe has found him, and the pace change has worked here. Quicker on these rotations, but still 13 seconds. There's danger in these final moments, and look at Zipan. Perfect placement, and the spray. He knows where Leo is. There's no escaping here for Leo, and he knows it. He's surrounded, and Artist has got it. FPX. They're having a great defensive side, to say the very least.
Yeah, and this adjustment's perfect as well for Artists to find very deep contact outside. Again, the first time we're really seeing FPS dig a little deeper to find that kill ahead of the execution. And unfortunately, it's probably one of the worst people to fall in that regard. Trex is the one that can fill that gap towards sight post-contact, but yeah, there's very little wrong with this defensive side. Artists even stopping there, waiting for the rechamber there on the operator, just in case he can find a second. Beautifully done. It's looking like FPX looking to repeat, what was it, the focus performance? That was 13-1 as well, right?
Yeah, this is quite a good map for them, really, isn't it?
You want to play? Let's play.
Like, seems to do all right. And again, the Destined note, it is best of 5, so the impact of just one map looking this strong. So Trex. I guess that's one way to remove to get to.
Yinsu dump.
Oh, look at that! Someone's gonna kill Artist, right? He's not gonna get 2 players out of nowhere. How is it still happening? Okay, but they've got a numbers advantage in a post plant, right? Like, we're good. We're finally good, Guild. You got this. Xiao gonna identify one player's position, but it's pretty vague. And the time is a problem. And look at Leo. Good positioning to catch across. Same can be said on the other side as well. Russ, similar scenes. Zipan wants to fight on it. Checks it really well. That's going to put some problems towards the tower now.
Leo's noted.
Xiao needs to speed up the pace, though. He has to get this kill. He's got to get it quick. Sadly, on the other side, though, Zipan did not win his fight.
Is 20 HP.
But Xiao has to find him. Now! It had to have been within those last couple of seconds, but Coldamenta stays alive, and you're right. 20 HP is the difference in the end.
It's just crazy to see the amount of util dumped on dice there, and Artist still swings and finds 2 kills. You look at everything that he has to deal with here. They almost lined up for the 3rd there as well.
Yep. Scares me.
Well, that was a fairly commanding half from FPX. Goes without saying.
Yes, 10-2 is certainly that commanding, and the way it happened as well. Guild's plans looked. I mean, a couple of times you feel like FPX could do no wrong. Certainly felt like that with Sugetsu at some moments. Artists as well, you know, absolutely on the money. But again, rotations were good. Everything was really good for them. So Guild hopefully can pick themselves back up. Again, I'd curious to see how well they can do here after what is a very brutal beginning.
Early progress towards drop here. Trek's got to be careful now for the pinch. As Artists, I'm not sure if anybody did pressure
Dropping spike.
towards spawn. It looks as if Guild have been fairly active on B site in terms of pushing through, but they're actually just going to miss the timing on Xiao here, but might catch the sound cue on the rope.
I don't know how much they got out of this. I guess seeing no one is still information in itself, but you're right, there is...
Guild is still walking around as 3. I swear they literally can't find anybody.
Yeah, it's like, we cleared the map, right? Bro, Trex, which the timing was atrocious.
Spike down A.
Literally paint shell in hand, just gets thrown into safe. Big shot. 3v3. And still recoverable. And safe still standing. He was, well, standing for only so long, but he was the game changer in that previous pistol. And Zipan's just going to give Russ some aim training. Very nice of you, Artists. You got 18. You're not gonna do. Yeah, you're going right into it. Nothing more to be done. Positioning on the spike, a little unfortunate, but Guild get their window of chance.
Definitely got to follow through on that. Let's see Guild. And it's interesting to see just how long their shift walk is. It's similar to their first half, right? They clear all the way through B main. They go underground all the way back towards arcade. At that point, there's still not anybody sent towards A site, right? I mean, it just so happens they find the spike in a pretty favorable position when it does drop, but interested to see how that played out. At which point Guild were going to start saying, yeah, okay, something's up. Let's send somebody towards A.
Two Bulldogs, 2 Spectres, and the Ghost. Chip damage achieved, but it's slim to none. But it's a player noted. Now, keep your eyes on where the spike decides to actually head towards, but FPX just getting the lay of the land for now. Guild looking to secure the 4th for themselves here. And Safe actually committing down towards the lower side here. This could be dangerous if the swing comes in, but they're unable to make it in time. So, for now, 1 for free and falls away.
They're completely unscathed on that one, actually. So, a comfortable reset for Safe. FPX is just looking to find some damage here. Artist with the Headhunter going to try and swing through, but Poison Orb well timed here.
30 seconds left.
Just retrieve some more orbs before round does conclude. It actually is. I mean, lots being burnt out. It's Sugetsu and Artist both find kills at the same time. Russ luckily going to find the follow-up there.
One enemy remaining.
But this is costing an awful lot here.
It's a massive amount.
Don't lose that.
Russ.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
You need to chill, Russ. Because Sugetsu was just in that corner. Wow.
I thought for a moment there on the extra, I was like, Russ, do not swing that.
Walk? Yeah,
do
with
not swing
knife
that.
in hand. I'm like, bruh, no. Yeah, that could have been a real problem. However, I mean, it's a problem regardless, right? The amount of damage they got out of that.
Forcing almost an entire repurchase here on the side of Guild, but what, they carry the Bulldog into this. We'll have to see how the purchase does lie. I mean, not bad, because it's the best of a bad situation in my eyes to have at least the 2 Bulldogs to offset this.
Ooh, Zipan.
He was down to 1 HP with a decay there.
Yep.
Angel will spot ahead. See, Russ and Coleman are happy to double swing this though, but Angel actually punishes both of them. Massive overstep from Guild there.
They almost baited into it.
So guess who's got the ult as well?
Ooh. This could be wraps. There it is, you can hear it. You'll see it in a sec too. There it is. Magic. But Trex still does find artist, so brings it back to a 3v3, but where's that spike? Should be planted. I think anyone can deny that right now. No, Angel gonna try and lean around as well, keep himself close by.
So got both snake
what
bites
options
as
they
well.
have. Yeah, I don't know what Guild can do with this. It has to be like a freebie or something, you know, so favorable comes in because, as said, the positioning right now for FPX is good. HP's a little lower, sure, but
So much time's eaten up already here. Yoda got to reconsider. Yeah, you can see them backing away now.
they're already going.
I was going to say, this is FPX not giving anything away there. Angel not even being dug out of main. He's able to slip back underground towards Arcade. This one is absolutely wraps. And like I said, I feel like that's just such a huge overstep on the side of Guild. I mean, initially, Russ is spotted on the jump peak. He's then noted. You got to assume it's more than one person stacked down there, and Angel finds both of those kills. I mean, I'm fine if there's a third player there to kind of counter that. If you want to double swing and prioritize either Arcade or B main, but maybe just a little unfortunate there for Angel to find both of these. Yeah, it hits him with the transfer, man.
Nasty. He's looking like, again, considering Angel's out, what, 9 to 13? It feels like he's been having some really big impact. But I guess those kills have just been the ones that have really done the damage. So the purchase coming back out now for Guild is shoddy at best. I say that, Judge. You know, it can do work.
Well, Russ on the Viper's pit with the Judge is as good as a full buy, but
essentially,
yeah,
it'll do the job.
Waiting to pop this on contact, I'm not sure. Interested as well here. 3 members of Guild committed towards obtaining a main control. FPX slowly making their way towards B site right now. We'll retrieve the orb in Arcade, and that will be noted. Safe does have his TP back to safety. It actually doesn't fall with the paint shield there, but the paranoia will force him out.
But like this, it does force Russ to... Oh, the damage again! Angel has been doing like nasty little bits of work, even just forcing Safe away, getting Russ to have to invest that ult.
They can slip away from this.
They certainly can. There's still 40 seconds. That spike's not looking like it's too committed towards this side either. Yeah, they're going to leave Angel around. Intent behind potentially the fake, right? That's what we were asking from Guild, was to keep some presence. Keep him noted. If he can do a little bit of a backstab, bit of damage here, lurk away on the Omen, fair play. But these... Well, 2 players here, and 2 on the other side need success, though. I
was going to say, Leo needs to go huge here.
He does. He absolutely does. Now you're starting to sweat. You know you're in danger, but he's down below. The site sends it, and well, Leo's already gone. This was all so perfectly constructed, and what we asked Guild to do, FPX have just shown us how it's done. All that intent towards B, all that pressure, and then leaving Angel just kind of lurking behind, keeping a little bit of attention drawn towards it, and leaving Safe the only survivor. The post plant's solid. It's a long road back to Safe.
That one's dead.
It's a good start.
Yeah,
But it ain't gonna get much more.
Almost trying to just commit to bait in another exit here, but it's so well coordinated. This audible call from Angel, like I said, was expecting Russ to pop that Viper's Bear on contact. As soon as it comes through, that's when FPX know that they have the upper hand in that scenario. They know that they're going to be scrambling to send a rotation towards B site. They leave Angel tucked in, who could just play smoke criminal. And he actually backstabs the rotation when they do find contact towards A. It's just so well coordinated.
Yeah, Angel's having, I think that was like one of the, a very characteristic round of a very nice, as you said, audible call, just kind of even, you know, on the fly of where they found success, forcing the players away from, you know, from tower, taking so much control. You know, everything he did was the perfect call then to flip the script, and as you said, gets even more. Stabs him in the back, gets away with it. 12-4 now, Guild. Looking a little out of this map, but more to come. Haven, of course, next up here in this long series, best of 5, which do you think is going to go the distance?
I would hope so. And you never like seeing a best of 5 flop pretty early on. But
and they do so often.
Well, yeah, they do. Unfortunately, I mean, it's one of those ones that you drop the first 2 and it's tough, really. That's when you do actually start looking into the veto and the order of the maps a little more. With the best of 5,
yes,
as of map 1, it sometimes doesn't mean an awful lot.
No, you're absolutely right. But what could mean a lot is this. Safe gonna catch Zipan at the start. Backs away, does not get any pressure off the back of it. First time they've got that real first blood with no trade, and now Safe's got a lot of pressure coming his way, though. Do they clear this diligently? He still tries to stick around a little longer. And Guild needs someone else than just Safe hit. And it looks like Drex is ready to step up. Finds it. Great chant to Angel. Wanted the second, but not going to get it. Artist with a quick trade out. Sugetsu couldn't quite isolate the player on the side, but Artist... Excuse me. Xiao's found Safe in the meantime. Hold on. There's still a chance at this one. It's a 2v2. Oh, it's 18 HP. It's not ideal, but look at the positioning on this one. Oh, Russ is there, though, but the spike's gone down. Now it's Xiao in the 1v2. Spots one on the back. Gotta know that Leo's gotten close. The flash comes in. He's flying, and he's just spray in. Doesn't get it. Decay gonna be ticking away. Xiao forced back, investing the ult. This could be huge.
Force them off here. They're
exactly
so paranoid.
And look at the line! He just big brained them. He absolutely just dunked on them to secure the map. Xiao, perfect ending to that. And honestly, summarizing how the rest of that map felt, Mike.
Yeah, literally running rings around them. That's what it felt like from FPX there. What a finish though from Xiao. That's actually such a crazy clutch. Creates the paranoia with the ultimate sent through there, and they're just not expecting it. I mean, a good map all around from FPX. There wasn't a single weak link there. Everybody looked flawless there for me.
Yeah, and it's a good start for FPX fans. I know you guys have probably said they're going fantastic, great map 1. We like more of that, but the Guild fans out there will be waiting for the rest of the map pool, which, as said, will be Haven coming up in a moment's time after we take a break and go back to the desk. I ain't casted in a while. Can you tell?
Get ready for playoffs.
What if I told you you could win a VIP trip to Copenhagen to watch Masters 2 in person? Well, by playing these 3 new AIM Lab tasks, you can earn a chance to win a trip to Masters for you and a friend. The more you play, the more chances you have to win. Train your aim for a trip to Masters. Are you in?
Red Bull gives you wings.
In and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. Running in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out. Yeah, I'm in and out. Start and finish routes. I can't even stay there like what this about. Ain't got time to waste her like when grilling up. Hey, what you really want? I want a million times 100. I'm number 1 like Zion Williams, say I'm dunking out. Don't condone violence, but I'm killing them off one by one. Got many rings, man, I've been ballin' since a young gun. They never seen anything like him, he's a one of one. I show up early, but I leave out after everyone. Hey, I go harder than the hardest of the legends, huh? Hey, hit my line up when you ready, I'll be ready. I ain't playing with you, I'ma get you in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Splash Bros, we make it rain, you need a levy now. I need some hooking in my back, cause it's too heavy now. You see a op, then put up shots, ain't nothing to talk about. No, it ain't sweet, oh, you got beef, oh, yeah, that's in and out. I'm a beast, off the leash, call that animal stuff. fans love my style. I make them go up. They can't compete, they ain't like me. Coach, sit them down. I'm the one, I'm the source, I'm a powerhouse. Whenever they say go, I'm who they talking about. I'm always on go. I am not a slouch. Watch me take control. I'm the captain now. When I'm in my zone, I can get you in and out without a doubt.
In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and damn in and out. Yeah, I take what I need and damn in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and damn in and out. I take what I need and damn in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA playoffs. I know I promised you a marathon, but Kaquka, Lothar, I think FPX had other plans.
Yeah, exactly. Complicated to say much about that first half because it looked like FPX knew exactly what they were doing, even though they didn't have maybe that initiation power that they were lacking. It was just enough. The strength that they have with Suigetsu now they're playing on the same spot. Many individual mistakes coming in from the side of Guild.
Yeah, and what's funny, very funny about this map is that Guild had actually 10 First Bloods. And there were only 8 First Bloods from Found plus Phoenix, but yet it ended up with 13-4. That showcases a big issue with Guild's approach to the game. Even when they have an advantage, they somehow cannot convert the trades in a natural way to have an advantage over that and just have let's say, a cascading effect on the round, something that FPX really does well, and also they know how to play on a disadvantage because they always try to take really risky fights by like white peeking with numbers advantage because they know they can isolate fights and then equalize the score.
I think it's not only the momentum that they got, it's also the response being quick from FPX, knowing that, oh, if they're executing right now, it means that there has to be at least 2 players here. It gave me the feeling sometimes that it was like yesterday in the sense that so many rounds depended on safe, that especially in the attack, FPX was like, oh, safe is there? I'm not going. I'm literally just dodging this. Why? We don't have the flashes to just force him out. We have the fade, but the pool is not. It cannot get as far as, for example, an Astra can do. And I just think they had to figure it out pretty easily.
I mean, also economy, right? There was a big issue for Guild when they had to save in rounds.
FPX double operator.
Right? Yeah, they lost a lot of rifles in the second round after winning pistol round, which is a trap, essentially, right? Because you are already falling in the scoreline by a huge margin. It was like 11-3 at that point. If you have to give away another round, this is essentially already being in a lost position.
I mean, the interesting thing is, like you guys said, when safe falls, you know, the plan kind of falls apart a little bit, which is not the case for FPX because there's 2 men that popped off not just today, but yesterday and all the way through the tournament as well, is when Artist and Suigetsu, if one of them is still alive, the round is still winnable.
Listen, they made be a living hell for Guild. There was no way to approach it. There was no way to take control over tower. Artist had the balls to go for an overpeak. He didn't care. He had the TP. He got the perfect time. And I remember one round that Coldamente still setting the smokes and Trex just gets down to Artist. And I think it's also the head-to-head because Artist was on 4 against Save. He was 4-0. The head-to-head of Chambers. He was 4-0 against Save. So he was not allowing him to do anything. Zipan, on the other hand, was doing the same with Trex. So they had those roles of shutting down all Guild's chances to making it.
Of course, we ought to talk about Shout as well. I can't believe we haven't spoken about Shout yet. And Lothar, I'm going to let you do that this time. Sorry, Kaquka.
It's okay. I know he's going to do a good job.
She's going to be happy anyway. So Shout made a very nice mechanical play. I mean, maybe not mechanical, but he played off his utility very well. So when he's in this clutch, he has his ultimate, the Nightfall, ready. Nightfall has multiple effects on the enemies. Here, Shout is first baiting the opponents to destroy the eye, to have information about both of those players because both of them are going to shoot the eye. So he gets exactly the info where they are standing. Then he goes for the Nightfall. And look at the first thing that I wanted to point out. Of course, the biggest here point of the Nightfall is to deafen the opponents for 12 seconds. They will hear nothing. Even if your opponent is defusing a spike next to you, you're not going to hear it. So it's very powerful effect and it's lingering on the opponents. But you can see here that Shao actually slowed down before going through the doors because he's waiting for the effect of the Nightfall to hit those players. He knows exactly where the character will hit it because he gets a sound cue that initiates the Nightfall effect, and that's the moment where he can open the doors and go do essentially a flank by on his own. It's very simple but insanely effective and smart to think on his feet. So just so fast, right? Because the opponents are just caught completely off guard. One more thing I wanted to talk, maybe not about Shao, but I wanted to just point out because something that I feel like I'm repeating myself almost every time we see this problem on Fracture. It's the Viper wall on B. Let's zoom in a little bit. This Viper wall is something that Fnatic did when they actually, let's say, ironed the metagame here on this map. And this Viper wall on defense that you can see here, this is something that Fnatic was using, but on attack. This is an attacking wall that makes sure that the attackers have more space coming in from long B because they don't have to worry about dice and tower, and they can pop flash through this wall. And they also have more space to go through arcade because this wall allows you to lurk without being spotted from tower or fight tower without being spotted from canteen. So it's a very odd choice that the defenders actually used this wall, in those rounds.
Maybe because the other team could not pop flash.
Aha!
Yeah, it could be one of the solutions. But looking into next map, I don't know how comfortable FPX are feeling though.
Yeah, let's talk about the next map, Haven, because I feel like what you guys were alluding to is maybe a sense of disjointedness from Guild on map 1. Maybe they weren't 100% sure with the comp. They didn't feel like they believed in it. But that is a very different story on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Haven, talking about especially what happened in FPX, I understand Guild's pick, but last time, as I was saying, FPX decided to move away from the Fade that had given them so much and just go back to the Sova, okay? And it was not good. It was against Ascent. I had always believed that Ascent could not play the map, and I had to eat my own words because that was just bad. Like, you could tell that they had prepared everything to play around the Fade, and now that it wasn't there, I don't know. And also, knowing that Guild is probably going to follow up on that train, I think it could be a 1-1.
Yeah, we're probably going to have a Fade matchup here head-to-head in this map. But wanted to, let's say, go back a little bit to week 1. When Guild was playing Haven, there was their first map here, and they looked pristine. It was actually just very impressive. I was just thinking, wait, this is not the Guild that I was expecting to see. They had extremely well-coordinated executes. They had extremely tight fundamentals when it comes to trading, and somehow that didn't transfer to the next weeks. It was never as tight as in the first week. I hope that we're gonna see that Guild can iron out those problems, and this Haven will look like the one from week 1.
I think the problem is always the control. It's not only what they're lacking on the attack, it's the reliance that they have on save right now. I feel that the treks that we were seeing those first weeks, it's kind of feeling low lately, as in the confidence that he's putting in himself to actually make those plays. FPX is feeling pretty comfortable about them because it has been working. You were saying it. Even though Guild has the advantage, FPX manages to bounce back.
I know you guys are probably more leaning towards Guild, especially if they're able to recapture the magic.
I'm leaning towards Shao.
That Lothar picked up. But I just want to say Sage get to on this map.
Maybe or maybe not. Actually, if FPX is going to change something before Copenhagen, it would be the time to do it.
Well, they also have shown that on Haven they have a lot of, let's say, they put a lot of faith into comboing with Fade, and there's a lot of stuff that they can do. We have seen in the past they combo the Breach, Astra, Fade, the Raze combo, which is so powerful. I wouldn't be surprised if the Sage also comes in Yinsu here, because this Sage slow has, let's say, the same effect as a Breach stun, but has a different trajectory. So it's a bigger effect. So it's maybe as effective, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that you're not playing with the Killjoy and you also do not have Astra anymore. You need that extra Sentinel power to actually stop the pushes, especially when it's such a big map and you have to cover up so much ground. We know that Sugetsu on the attack just goes crazy because he feels comfortable doing it. He was doing it on Fracture and he will keep doing it on Haven. I think the pick fits them. I just want them to go back to the Fade and just move away from the Sova. That's like 2021. Come on.
You're talking to FPX here, I feel like. They're just going to do whatever they want with any of the agent compositions. We are going to head into agent select here, as you guys heard. It's a more comfortable place here for Guild, and we're probably expecting more of a comfort picks as well when it comes to the agent select. But, of course, may I remind you, with the bingo, you need Leo back on the Sova.
Yes, I do need that. I don't think it's going to happen. And also, I mean, I didn't expect it on Fracture, but let's see. I'm actually more intrigued to see if FPS is going to change anything, because it will be too... I think it's obvious that Guild is going to keep what they were doing yesterday. Again...
He's back! He's back!
He hurt me. Thank you, Leo.
But I don't understand this, you know? Because
yes,
it's like...
Yes.
It was obvious
Maybe
that
they tried it and they were like, nah.
Yeah, but that showcases that, okay, we don't really trust ourselves with playing the really powerful stuff, so we go back to the stuff that we know and we play the weaker stuff more effectively, right?
That is how they got here, though. That is what qualified them to Masters.
True, but it's still like, I feel like just on many maps, Fade currently has such a big impact. Playing Sova is just limiting your power of the team, right? But again, Leo is a fantastic player, and I think he can have an insanely huge impact on Sova. But overall, that's a problem that they need to fix later on.
Well, Guild, they have to bounce back after what happened on map 1, and it's back to basics for Leo here. Pansy and Hypoc, I can't wait to see what we're going to get on Haven.
No, and I tend to agree. We do get to see Leo in his finest form now coming out, or at least potentially, right, Mike? And again, I still think it's hard to go against meta, but when you're someone like Leo, Mike, it's hard to doubt him.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to describe it, honestly. For me, it's not as much because, I mean, honestly, I'd almost say previously Guild were one of the best teams that were running the Killjoy and Haven. And in terms of the protocols and the control that they were able to garner, I honestly think that was probably the best looking Guild that we saw in some appearances, to be quite honest with you. Obviously with the resurgence of Breach in some compositions over the last few months, but against FPX, you got to expect them to run with a comp like this, right? It's a weird one for me. So Leo being on the Sova isn't as much of a headline for me, to be honest.
No, I think it's kind of par for the course. Now, obviously, after the Breck, I did check in with the Slug Club, and they've assured me that this map will be much closer, and, you know, this is the fiery one. Do you tend to agree, or are you a little worried either way? Because I want a close game. You know, map 1 is exciting if you're an FPX fan, but the quality of the game, it was one-sided, right? We no point sugarcoating the pill, so gotta hope that there's a little bit more spark now with Guild coming in, right?
That's the key thing for me. I want to see them get off to a comfortable start, get back into some form of confidence, right? Because it looked very uncharacteristic on Fracture. So that was definitely concerning for an opening map. How well can they put it behind them and reset?
Big question. The answer could start now. Zipan with the first committed swing, but it's actually Xiao to get his head taken off by Russ, who actually had a decent map before. Now, this is effectively going Guild's way until, well, yeah, it's going to continue. Leo just takes a side for himself. Zipan's gone. Everything's cleared. It was systematic. And 1 HP is all that man needs. Spike going to go down, and not much that really Artists and Sugetsu can do to deny that.
It almost could have gone either way with how Guild was stacked up there, waiting for the execute, but we left in the hands of Artists and Sugetsu. The 2v4, Leo down to 1 HP. That can peek onto safe.
Here.
It's going to be problematic if anybody else falls.
Sugetsu needs to do something, though, and you can see the utility poured in towards him just to keep him at bay for a second or two, keep that time building on his side. But now time becomes the problem, and Artist needs to get going. Coldament buying it. And there's the trades in the end. Yes, Leo falls, but he was on 1 HP. Not all that surprising, but Guild do get the first on the board, and it feels like something that they really did need.
Absolutely. Let's see how far they can take this now. FPX obviously previously doing a lot of damage. You think back to that second half, round 2 on Fracture. So pretty much forced the entire repurchase on the side of Guild, and that's the sort of thing that you want to see Guild really put that behind themselves now. I don't see any further mistakes here if we're going to see a close battle for Haven. Yeah, actually, if I mean, FPX have got the 4 sheriffs with the headhunter, obviously. So potential to do some real damage here. You'll be spotted and revealed. A little bit of progress at least. Artist tucked in deep towards sewers here. Safe looks as if he spotted something. Artist will TP to safety.
Deploying drone. Let's see if they can find any sort of, you know, pocket play or something to exploit. If they get, you know, a little bit of a whiff of presence, maybe those sheriffs can do the damage. But for now, you can see the positioning coming out from Guild, all leaning towards that A site. And of course, FPX on the other side. Well, not quite there. So they should.
Well, slowly making their way back towards A.
Yeah, it depends on the timing of can they get a foot towards site or do they get held back? It looks like the commitment's coming now. Zipan, what are you going to do with this? Okay, you're going to fall away from it. You're not going to overcommit towards the site itself. Guild will be the ones to take that. Drex does need to be a little bit careful. He's only got the ghost to play with, but Rust is doing the damage. So Zipan's now gone. Spike should be planted uncontested unless Xiao tries to slip the net, which he does. Denies the plant, buys him a couple more seconds. This is where Artist could become a problem. Catches Leo as well, and now the 3v3, and with no plant, the time becomes a factor. Spike now, the second attempt, does go down. So time's on their side, and they do have those slightly upgraded weapons to be playing around with, and no other kills coming through quickly enough. Artist has been found by Safe. Angel tries to make his way in. It was a shot in the dark.
You got to try something, right?
Absolutely.
Angel's just praying that he's able to TP through. Unnoted here. So he gets the sheriff in hand, see if he can do any further damage. I mean, one more will be a big tick in the box in my eyes. Make that bonus round a little more tricky for Guild, but and with the smoke coming down now, should be able to retreat away, and Chuck's actually going to find the wallbang onto him. Guild comfortable in the end, but certainly looked interesting there where they deny that first plant. It's actually on the time where the smoke is actually off cooldown and actually forced to make a bit of a tricky decision, honestly, of where they prioritize. If FBX are able to find some value back through the arch from spawn, definitely could have got a bit dicey.
Could have done.
30 seconds left.
This was it. Just slipping the net. Coldamenta quick to fill the gap, but a little bit of a moment was found there. Much.
Glad we caught that one on the free cam.
Got to be done.
Omen Tech.
2-0 Guild. Holding the cards for now, but again, the purchase coming out from FPX, it ain't pretty, but it will do the job. It's light armors and rifles. Taking a look across the board, it's all they can really do. And on the other side, Bulldogs still coming out. That one rifle with Trex, I do want to see how that looks and what the actual approach is here this time around. Oh, that's a big amount of information found.
We'll force actually Guild towards mid. Yes, not invested in his wall just yet. Let's get spammed away initially from this angle. I guess actually almost favors Guild a little bit. If it wasn't for Angel getting so much progress down towards C-Long, actually digging so deep here and Safe, still on guard. We'll find that kill and actually the upgrade from the Bulldog.
Certainly going to strengthen this Guild side, considering they're coming in with a pretty shoddy purchase. Leo could head on over and pick up the other felted out weapon, which I think was a Bulldog, was it? Yeah, so not bad all round. But again, no real step towards site yet. They showed intent towards the A site, and now they've lent back towards C, but as you can see at home, FPX seemingly a little aware of this possibility. So they have players very close by, and now with the utility committed, they're going to have that real confirmation that, yeah, it's coming this way. We better be ready. Sugetsu's in danger. Now, Zipan's quick to be in CT, though. Sugetsu's still going to fight out. Still going to get one. Going to get the trade at least going in their favor. But Leo, finding Zipan in the meantime, is going to just put this in such a good situation. Unless Xiao was able to do even more damage there. Coldamenta barely breathing, but still standing. The first swing, he can't get it clean enough. Leo keeps the round safe, and Guild get their third.
I mean, it's Coldamenta that plants there, so if he finds that kill with the wallbang, I think he gets him down to under 30 HP. Really unfortunate not to find it, but a huge reveal again. But Guild do convert themselves a 3-round lead now, and it's little things there with the Sheriff investment in the previous. Sugetsu's got no slow orbs, so when this recon comes through and the fault line, I mean, he actually gets caught by the stun as well, but there's no possibility for him to slow things down. It has to take an unfavorable engagement, and this time Guild stacked up, playing the trades very effectively, even with Zipan finding one on the back of that as well.
Any belting shots gonna come out? Gonna put you on the spot with a really odd question. Do you think anyone stands out to you with the Sheriff yet? Like, you know, that one player who's just like obscene with it. Anyone stand out to you?
That is a good question, actually. Yeah.
I'm trying to think like other games. There's always people like, oh, with the Deagle, like, oh, there's always that, you know, element of potential. You're like, oh, that guy can do just ridiculous things. Exactly, literally, literally. Like, and I guess that was probably one of the last. Like, everyone's pretty good at it, but I'm trying to think of like if one player like really stood out.
Nuki's one that stands out to me. Actually, he's always good for one with a Sheriff.
I went back and watched that little dodge he did. Ooh, Trex is going to punish artists. Okay, so again, it should be okay now. Trex is just unleashing fury. Should be fine. Zipan's dead. Yeah, it's all gravy. No, I went back and watched Nuki doing that dodge on
Bind.
That was it. Yeah. Bloody hell. Quite a good player, isn't he? To get to an Angel, any ambitious TPs? Angel, what you got for us? Okay, little smoke. And a lot of bullets. Right, well, that round was
Needs to get to even too late here. Might just fall to the spy. Well, no, he can catch Russ on. Well, Russ will catch him for his third on the round. Guild now put themselves firmly in control of this first half. FPX come back in. Operator in hand for Ardis, so it could be the turning point for them. Timeout will get called.
Is it one of ours?
This is a very pivotal round, honestly. I mean, they lose out this, and this is the sort of round that can lead towards things spiraling out of control. Guild now comfortably getting towards their first ult cycle is why this is so pivotal.
Yeah. Now, look, I'm going to be that person, and we're going to talk a little outside, you know, a little above board almost, you know. It's one of the things that I don't like about best of fives is you do often get like one-sided games. Like you get that thing where people will look back and go, oh, it went the distance, but every single map was, you know, quite one-sided potentially. And I'd really hate for this series to go that way. I'd love to have like an actual close game between these two in a couple of the arenas that are coming down. Like, this is still early doors. Don't get me wrong. It's just that first map has given me some worries. But again, I'm hoping we get CFPX now, get those adjustments. Because as you said, Mike, this is a pivotal round to deny that spiral, to keep the economy building, to keep things kind of looking a little closer, at least scoreline-wise. Because I'd hate to see this be a blowout match, even if it just keeps going back and forth, but in just blowout maps.
I mean, on the flip side as well, the point I made about the ults. Obviously, Guild have the economy to back this up. They have some conversion factors, right? FPX do have the same. Tour de Force one away, Showstopper available. So even if this isn't the cleanest round, opportunity to offset it. Angel. It's sloppy by Trex. Angel was dead to rights there.
Yep, 100%. He was caught in no man's land. He was revealed, like everything had teed up Trex to punish that. And to be fair, up until I'd say one of these points, right, Trex has been one of those players that really caught my eye coming into this roster. He was a huge positive influence. For now, Zipan is just influencing the outcome of the round with some sharp shots. And 3 dead Guild players. And well, we said it was a pivotal round, Mike. I didn't expect it to be that clear cut.
Yeah, I mean, the best possible thing there is the Guild are able to make that costly. So the fact that it's flawless almost gives SPX a round in hand. And like I said, none of these ultimates invested. So Showstopper available, Tour de Force there. They can cycle this operator out. SPX can build on this buffer now. So Guild, there's still some money in the bank behind this. Like I said, now we look towards Guild to use some of these ultimates maybe to convert around. The Angel the lowest at 1600, so But Guild will stack up here. It's only going to leave one lurk through mid, so to get to an Angel will be tasked here. Paranoia going to slow things down though a lot, and the Hunter's Fury to follow up.
Ooh, Sugetsu's in danger. Sugetsu's down. Oh,
and
double
Angel
down, Leo. Gonna find Angel as well. I was my eyes were on Sugetsu. I didn't even notice that Angel lined up with it as well.
The timing's perfect as well. And the fault line, the flashes come through, makes it so difficult for Angel and Sugetsu to avoid that. Well, you sure did Sugetsu forward the res. Actually, that was one of the ultimates I didn't even note in the previous, but Zipan frantically throws the showstopper in to try and slow things down. I don't even think actually gets any damage off the back of it, so Guild completely unscathed so far.
And here we go. There's that double pump of it. Well, it's a double swing, make it a triple in the end. Guild stepping through this down. You can see the positions of Xiao and Artist. They're not particularly anywhere near close. This is, you know, matter of fact now. Part of the course here for Guild. And what a perfect start for them. You can't ask for anything more from someone like Leo in that scenario. And it's why, again, you know, when you talk about, you know, meta picks in comparison to player picks of comfort to an extent, I've got to say Leo still just looks so situated on that Sova. You can't really take it away from him. And Artist just looking to keep that operator as best he can. And for now, Guild right back on track after what was an absolute blowout round by FPX.
It was almost stripping away that progress made in the previous. See if Xiao and Artist are rewarded with any exits. Not anybody making their way towards them just yet, and should be 5 standing for Guild. So the money will flourish, and like I said, I mean, Showstopper invested, yes. Tour de Force here available, whether or not they'll cycle the operator across and invest that here. We're still seeing quite a lot of money on the back of the flawless round for FPX. See the timing of this flash here. You can see Angel.
Oh, it's
perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, you got nothing to do but die in that. That really, really nice. I'm glad we got to actually watch that one back, because I completely missed Angel in the back.
Well, it's
and
funny
how
actually.
influential the flash was.
I didn't even notice Sugetsu getting tagged on the first. I was looking at Angel, so
yeah. Really, really lovely to witness. You see Xiao put to the test early on. And Angel going walkabouts. Now, Safe's a little wise to his ways. Going to punish him to try and push up towards middle. But again, that's a player advantage to begin with. But FPX want this back. Sugetsu walking along.
I think.
Oh, this is...
I mean, this is heads-up play.
Yeah. It's going to allow for complete rotation towards it. Well, not complete, but they're going to have the 2 players on C super early, which is that operator's in the right place. Now, I feel like Coldamenta's got... I don't want to say an idea, but he's considering that there's a chance on the timing. Like, it's slim to...
Sugetsu catches... I was going to say, if Sugetsu catches his kill in mid, he's got the res now for Angel.
And look at this lineup. Artist is here so early. Tries to avoid all the utility. Still going to catch a little bit, but Zipan's going to find one. Zipan is playing with his food right now. Russ is dead, and now Leo... Well, barely saw him for a second. And just the information alone on that... I mean, the absolute gall to walk A long like that.
After walking mid solo as well.
Yeah.
It's like the mid walk is
You don't think
punished.
they're going to do it again,
exactly,
right?
yeah. But the timing's so perfect for them. Like I said, actually, they have the fallback then. If they're going towards C, ultimately they can't police this res, which maybe that's why Safe is left so late there. But the Pricks, again, come back through with a comfortable round victory. Get themselves back in a decent position financially as well.
You want to play? Let's play.
Angel actually the one to don the operator here. Safe with the tour de force in hand. As you can see on the minimap, it's hardest on the other side of this. He's tucked up and got a very deep TP. Going to be cleared by the drone, though. We'll hear the TP away. But there's bodies here for FPX already.
I was waiting to see if they tried to speed up, and I think Russ got a little slowed down there. Like, again, if he got the timing right, that could have been a really nasty position to be left in. Angel...
Oh, he nearly dodges the stun.
I thought he got away with it, didn't quite. Safe with a quick punish, and Angel's overwhelmed. Guild spring towards the site. It is brutal out there. Safe, raining in fury, gets down Xiao as well as you get to the last one, barely breathing at this point, as Russ will catch him. And that was just so all-encompassing from Guild. What a sight hit.
I thought Angel had had the timing there just to avoid that. I mean, he does also have the ultimate as a possibility for him to get away altogether, but actually noticing, yeah, there was just a pocket on the back of sight behind Platt where he would have been safe, but it's not a good position for him. Speculating here, Safe actually follows through with 3 huge kills as well. Yeah, the timing on the regress for that execute was perfect from Guild.
Teleport's ready.
All things that initially, I mean, a lot of the concerns we had from Fracture fixed very early on here. Guild, you see how much way more proactive in the early round. They're achieving way more as well.
And again, even just the impact of Leo alone forcing Artist back further. No, nothing. Again, this is the second time he's now been pushed away from trying to even get a peek, purely off the investment of what Leo's bringing. And it's so valuable considering how powerful everyone knows Chamber is right now. If this is how you're going to try and push him to the deeper angles, get him away from those early picks, great work. But you still need to take the site. Next layer to this now, because look at Sugetsu and Xiao.
Safe actually crouched behind this wall here, so unnoted. The fault line will miss Artist, but get to go for the deep one. They're both flashed up. Trex will find one on the way in with a showstopper, but Sugetsu lines 2 up. It comes to a 2v2 here, Lauren.
It does. And Zipan quickly dispatches Leo, looks for another. Careful now, Colderman to seize. There's blood in the water. He wants to get it. Can't close the gap.
Wow.
Zipan holds on, but what a round.
It's so back and forth. And this one actually a little more blood spilt on the side of FPX, but a great hold there. Ardis. Again, just to avoid the fault line, you see as well, Trex is so blinded. Actually peels back towards default and creates that opportunity for Sugetsu from behind the wall. Still 3 rounds separate here. Still money aplenty on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
That's on the side of FPX with that operator repurchase here for Ardis. Looking a little worse off, but Zipan with great progress back towards the showstopper already.
Oh, the crunch.
The freebie from the paint shell.
Oh. It's all lining up though, isn't it now? There's the response. Xiao has to respect it. Falls away now.
Your duty is not over.
Res invested.
Is he safe?
Did
Still
he try
tried to, he tried to go for the headshot over the wall there.
I like the ambition. And it looks like Bees could be the end goal. Probably the right choice at this point, considering tested A, tested C. They know the presence and where it resides. But actually, FPX get a foot on the site as well. Russ no longer a sole standing bastion for the side. Got the boys with him. But already you can see the crunch from FPX willing to brawl this out. Safe needs heroics. And Escape isn't really doing it right now. So Xiao's going to catch him. And we've got FPX willing to brawl on that.
Great audible from Guild as well to try and find that space towards B, but on the other side of that, it's a great hold from FPX. Sugetsu doing so well to slow things down with that reposition towards backside as well. You can see it's the freebie to open here, but one thing actually I think Lothar mentioned this, right, was Guild's inability to kind of play trades effectively. Around that actually starts terribly for them, but they find that regress on A long.
Yeah,
actually drift away towards another side, which is again why I credit the audible call there. But just to note, Guild definitely feeling a lot more comfortable here.
Oh, hands down. Whole different look to Guild. You're starting to see some of the strengths that have really excited us watching them throughout the regular season really start to shine. A little bit more of attention put towards middle, but Xiao's going to reveal that presence quite quickly. Not as much as maybe he'd like, but certainly noting that someone is attempting more towards this B site. But again, keep your mind towards the rest of the map because they're not quite committing with that spike. I see it falling slightly further back, so might be just trying to draw those players in towards the B site. See if they can't then maybe address A and see if Safe can catch and punish the rotations if they do take that A site itself.
Safe gonna find one though. Shout will fall. Sugetsu just now spots a pixel. Gonna throw up the wall, try and slow things down as he'll look to progress, but
that's ambitious.
Yeah, Sugetsu wild on the swing back onto long. Get punished and A site wide open now.
Yeah, maybe desperate to buy time. I don't know what the game plan was because he looked dead to rights there on that sort of swing. So Spike should be coming in. Nothing even to dissuade it. There you go. Spike now down, time favorable towards Guild.
If FPX just respect this one, honestly.
I feel like you have to.
They're conscious of safe still in a deep lurk, but they will actually aggress towards site here.
Oof. Ooh, many angles, many players.
Player standing.
Not many FPX players standing. And Artists, I think you'd like to do something to keep hold of that, but well, Trex is going to get you anyway. So again, a little curious on the overswing towards a long FPX. If you're going to give Guild opportunities, they're going to take him with both hands.
Yeah, and I'm curious as well whether or not the utility situation is any different for Sugetsu there. He's been good previously at slowing down some of these site hits, but it's the wide swing that you question. If he has the slow orbs there, he can maybe buy a bit more time. The wall towards short obviously going to slow things down there. So yeah, not entirely sure what happened.
No. Okay. I feel like 5-7's like decent, but I don't know why it feels so different, like by the difference that like one round can make. But Artists again, the TP to the back of the side was Spike though. This is quick and pretty bold play coming through to already try and commit towards this one, but it should actually allow them to get away with this. Now I wonder if Rust even considers it. No, Angel gets away, and now suddenly they're feeling surrounded. That C site doesn't have any way out of it, so it's stand and fight for Leo, Trex, and Coldamenta.
The key engagement is going to be Coldamenta towards long, but Guild looking to try and reposition here. The showstopper invested Zipan will find Trex.
Okay. And now Leo, well, that's a shot. That's Leo! But he still has to get the last. And Angel knows exactly where he is. And he can try as hard as you want.
My God.
But my God, you can see the danger that man can truly bring to the server. But still, Diffuse comes in. FPX will get up to 5. And all of that effort was for nothing.
Switching sides.
Leo's so sharp there, man. So sharp with the transfer. With this as well, you can see Zipan perfectly investing the showstopper. That's just beautiful. That's just beautiful from Leo. And you almost want him to close it out.
Of course.
You almost want him to
you
get the clip.
Ugh, the odds were so against him as well, man. It's like, God damn. Valiant attempt. 5-7 though, decent scoreline considering it felt like Guild when they were in control. It was very decisive. And FPX of course had that one round after the TAC timeout that looked really good, but after that it was pretty back and forth honestly, and it wasn't as clear cut for me when FPX were winning these rounds. But again, you would say this is a stronghold for Guild. In my mind at least, I still think they're one of the better teams at this. We have to see how FPX now come in as they get their chance on the attacking side.
I'm intrigued here to see whether or not there's a big adjustment in terms of what we see from Guild as well. We're talking about obviously regaining a little bit of confidence after that first map. And they tend to be fairly active on the defense, but this is a much deeper hold for the pistol at least. Lots of emphasis towards B as well. It's safe on task to hold down A site, and he's got his TP back towards Heaven. They're looking to just get one dip away and reposition. And FPX are walking it.
Uh-oh. Yeah. So he's gonna get out of there quickly. Wall goes up. Let's have a little look at this post plant as well. Gonna leave Angel tucked towards
right there.
Hell. Wall's such a nuisance.
It is.
Pistol rounds as well.
It is.
Like it feels like it's been a while since I've even had to think about it, but again, frenzies galore. Trex and Leo gonna rock theirs, but Xiao's gonna show what the Ghost can do. Leo though shows exactly what the frenzy is. Absolute filth right now, and yeah, Leo's gonna continue forward. Feels like maybe he's picking up from where he left off, and yeah, comfy work for Leo.
Well, closed out the 4K this time.
Yeah, there it is.
That's a big start. Themselves a 3-round lead now. it becomes really tricky with that 7-5 scoreline of how you manage the economy. And the plant obviously going to help a little bit, whether or not I doubt we see the FPX force here, but very quickly this can almost conclude itself in the next 2 rounds. Sugetsu just getting caught on the reload. And actually, I'm surprised to see it, but FPX do invest.
Ooh.
Like I said, it is weird with the 7-5 scoreline of how these first few rounds go out and how many buy rounds you want to get in the second half. Trek's quick to try and isolate this kill. They absolutely will. Perfectly done with the Satchel as well. Just to make it so awkward for Angel to find an angle.
Oh, you want to make sure it counts. Certainly did that. Safe. Trying to watch the cross towards site. Wall goes up. And again, yeah, the dynamic of seeing that wall back in play certainly kind of rolls my mind back to the start of things, but now it has at least got them on the side quite safely. But the spike's in Sugetsu's hands here. He's trying to close the gap and they're being punished for it. That buy-up did very little.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's huge for, obviously, Trex to find that opener, and it's how quick he responds to it. He knows that TP's come through from Angel. He's tucked into that cubby, isolated. It closes it out. Actually, yeah, looking at the X-ray now of how deep there was nobody behind Angel here. We'll see with the benefit of that information. And here, I mean, FPX is just desperate to find one more kill. Make it a little more comfortable to try and find the spike plant. The Sheriff's come back into this on the side of FPX. Guild going to be pretty happy with themselves now. Actually, yeah, the dart stuck on the top step there, not actually scanning anything. I don't think any damage comes through. I mean, Trex is taking a tag somewhere, but see what FPX can do with it.
All right. Slower start, as Guild obviously not going to be too overzealous to try and walk into Sheriffs. This one's safe, gets their first real bit of committed contact, but the problem is that they have already worked out through Garage, removing El Trap earlier. Does allow a little bit of passage. That's the shot they needed, though. Sugetsu's going to find safe, and now the site is actually open. That's the spike plant coming in. Now, rotation's on the way, but again, this is a pretty dangerous round. And they have to come off the plant for a second. It does buy a couple more moments for them to get in position towards Garage, potentially, if they do want to try and build back this way. And Artist, gonna watch one cross, gonna at least do some chip damage, but look at the... How's Artist alive? How is Artist alive? Please, someone deal with this man. He's got 5 HP and he's still standing!
The one way there, Artist is just like bee-hopping behind it, just to avoid. What the hell was that? Somehow FPX squeeze out a round win here. That's actually crazy.
I want to watch this again.
I don't. I really don't.
Right. Right. He's just got his invisibility cloak on, does he? Right. Still alive. Right. It just seems unreasonable, doesn't it?
That is actually ridiculous.
Wow. Operator out for safe now. Coldamenta trying to spray down.
Ooh, look
That's
like
catch, I think, Angel a little bit there.
So it looked like he had a decent lineup, but Artist a little laboured on the way through Garage. We'll get punished for it. And no pressure towards A here, so Guild happy to leave the emphasis on this side of the map. Ultimate's available here. I mean, Sugetsu does have the res, which is why we're seeing Angel make his way in tandem. Actually, Trex has got the paint shell to try and punish this res, so I'll be careful here. I mean, FPX almost... Actually, the wall's going to deny it, maybe? Yeah, it will. It will.
Great usage. I thought there could have been a little bit of a gap above the top, but it wasn't at all. Golden Mentor, the timing's right for it, but the trade's there for Artist, but the side takes on now. Leo can only do so much this time. 2 kills, but he does get caught in the end by Xiao. So Spike gonna go down, and Safe, we noted earlier, was over on A long, uncontested, unnoted, and really unscathed. But he's got 2 to find. Both gonna slip away towards Garage, and Safe to trying to take those first couple of steps.
You can see the timing on the wall as well. Yeah, just about breaking now. I was wondering if Artist had considered drifting back through Garage. I mean, should hear... Yeah, we'll hear the sound cue now. Safe, just struggling to find anything. FPX have played this so well just to almost mitigate any risk.
Love the around the world from Xiao. Just playing the time so nicely. Impossible to find, and will eventually be sat towards C-Long to be able to watch that spike. So they're going to walk away now. Safe can at least keep the operator. The other 2 get to keep those rifles on deck. And for FPX, it's a round that's, I wouldn't say a huge necessity, but it's a good building block, right? Moving forward, keep working that scoreline down, because Guild is still sat on 9. They still have a lead here, but the money coming into this mic is making me a little worried for them.
That's a good They can't even really get anything else behind the operator, and Safe 4 away from the tour de force, so could be problematic. I mean, almost has to try and hold on to this one unless Guild can flip around victory here. Ultimates wise, Hunter's Fury, nothing else really in terms of playmakers here. A bit of information exchanged towards A-Long. 4 members of Guild here. It's just try and reinforce the hold, and
Find you.
actually Safe posted up pretty deep here with the one-way. Not going to see anything on the other side of this, so Guild can remain here.
Are they committing to this? Okay. Maybe Phoenix the best bet. The Safe would be solo C, but that does mean you're
FPX are
walking into a
it.
stack.
Yeah.
And even with all the best utility, things can go wrong. Now, let's see how much can go wrong in a moment's time. Leo just trying to buy it. As many seconds in his favor as he can. Stays alive for now as well. Now, they should note that there's a stack here, right? Like, this is where you're like, okay, that's a lot of utility from more than one agent. And now Safe's on the way. They've held this long enough that Safe will get into a influential position, and they're peeling.
30 seconds.
Now it's a race against time. Do they go B? Do they go C? Where do they head to?
I think they find the timing here on B with the wall.
Yes, you're absolutely right. They do. There they are, cross through. Now, again, this is an investment. Leo doesn't get what he wants, but he does get the tags now. Safe gets to strike, takes down Zipan. Taking more space bit by bit. He needs the boys to get towards the side, get some space back for them. Artist a little bit lower, so gets to 34 HP. It's still possible. Condimenta with the tap on the spike, going to draw out the fire. Aldrone goes down. You can see Trex goes on top. He wants to try and get something, but it's a frenzy. They've got to get proactive in this, or they're going to get nothing done. And now the second attempt at this, the defuse is going to start, and it may not stop. Leo finally is taken away from him because FPX shut the door on them. Trex now only one standing. And the adjustment was there in the end.
Beautifully done. The timing as well for Angel to find that one way. I mean, initially, you thought Guild were going to get away with the first half and comfortably get a stab at the second on the defuse, but Sugetsu does so well to find 4 kills in the exchange. It's perfectly done as well. The Hunter Fury actually sets Safe up, right? A little bit later on the plant just to make sure that you can confirm at least one tag. Actually forces, I think it's Trex, right, towards C-Link, and he's punished.
Yeah.
Back in it here, just one round separating them, and you look at the money for Guild. It's not there, and they're... Russ one off the Rolling Thunder, Showstopper available. FPX in a fantastic position to tie things up and have the upper hand in terms of the round timeline here.
So FPX have the... FPX have the sight. Wall goes up. You can see the full picture being painted, right? And Zipan catching Trex as he tried to progress over from that A connector side. Safe with a quick trade out though. Angel's now gone, and you can see the burst towards the site. Sends the ult, gonna catch Russ, but the trade comes in again. It's back and forth the entire way, leaving FPX with what was the man advantage. Now make it 2, as only Leo's still alive. And this B site's proving to be a problem now. FPX finding room to operate. Leo to try and close this gap would be monumental.
Well, he's even considering the financial situation. Spotted here on the cross. Takes a tag. No shield left. 85 HP. Yeah. He just tries to commit to find an exit towards A-Link. The tough position for Guild to be in now. To be tied up at 9-9. And like I said, with FPX ultimately having an advantage in terms of the finances. And this ult cycle, I'll say.
Oh gosh, I didn't even notice it. And Leo's gone down. Yeah, I do want to actually touch in on the ults, because you're right. I for some reason, I hadn't really kept in mind the ult economy, but yeah.
And the reason I say that is that here you expect Safe to obviously invest the tour de force. Trex is going to throw the showstopper in. If FPX still win this, like, you got to question whether or not it's going to be an overinvestment for Guild. Because you got things like the res available here that can nullify the showstopper, play potentially on the back of that.
Yeah.
This is
awkward timing.
Very awkward timing.
Yeah, this could truly bring it off the rails. Let's see though. Because the buy for Guild is absolutely bin juice. Just frenzies, stingers. What's Leo meant to do about this one? Try and keep him at bay all he might, but you can see just the firepower alone is just so overwhelming. A quick satchel up, and Leo's still going to be good for 1, but again, you just can't do much about this. You're so outgunned, and Safe has popped the ult. To what end? I don't really know, Mike.
They've got a comfortable hold here in the post plant. Safe going to reposition towards heaven, whether he's not going to be able to find anything. 16 HP, so easily spammable from this angle. As soon as he shows his head. Coleman just praying to find something through the smoke. And even in this scenario, the damage means nothing in terms of the finances FPX are able to build up. Even just waiting for the exits here doesn't really make an awful lot of difference. Coleman noted 16 HP. That doesn't make an awful lot of difference now at all.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't like everything you listed out, right? Like, I think they still kept some of those ults in play.
Yes, well, still got the showstopper and the rolling thunder, but like I said, you're faced with almost a
glass cannon,
a double-edged sword, right? You invest it in the save round where you hope to try and convert something. Like I said, damage doesn't mean anything in terms of the round victory here for FPX. So it's a really tough spot to be in. There's nothing behind this purchase for Guild.
No, and then you look on the other side, 7k on Sugetsu, 7 sitting across the board on others as well. Now, bear in mind that Safe has gone for the operator and he's gone pure glass cannon, so this is dangerous. Hyper risk, and he needs the reward. Angel noting 2 very early on and just didn't get the connection he needed. Yeah, this is kind of wild. And I don't know if he really knows what to do with this newfound success, because now they have to pick up the pace here. And Zipan quickly isolates 1. Good trades coming out. Trex still going to try and keep this close. Sends it, gets it. It's a 1-4-1 trade, although leaving it a 3v2. Safe and Coldamenter again. And bear in mind, Safe was still that glass cannon, and he's going to be forced to save. It's done.
Yeah.
He can't overcommit to these sort of plays. He can't go for those hero clutches. He needs to keep that weapon.
So, man, Angel sticks that TP. Even good, you can see the way they're positioned along. They're totally exposed to heaven.
100%.
It's unconsidered for just a moment, but he then spots Leo on the reposition as well. Makes it just about doable for Zipan on the way in. Isolates that kill, and Cubby. FPX can go hunting here.
Oh, as they should.
It's tough, yeah. I mean, Trex throws the showstopper out. Didn't... Yeah, it's 1-for-1. And like I said, with the res there, it's the stars align for FPX. So just a massive advantage in this round where they have that kind of snowball possibility.
It's gone anyway.
Yeah, Safe will find 1. And now you're at the point where FPX on 11, you got nothing. You got the Rolling Thunder, but you can't make a play off that with the purchase they're going to have here. Potential here to maybe make a scrappy retake attempt, but... I mean, the timeout comes, but...
It almost feels too late.
Yeah, what's there really to talk about now? I hate to say it.
Yeah, you're going to have, like, let's be honest, it's probably going to be 12, right? Like, looking at the buy that's going to come in, probably going to be 12. Unless FPX makes some errors or, you know, Guild hit some slightly uncharacteristic shots that come in. And at that point, Mike, you start looking at the money, right? Look at what they've got. The bank that they've built up here.
FPX making the right decision in that regard as well with the ults, because you can see where they were 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
And they stripped everything away from Guild. Got their backs against the rope. I'm curious to see what the adjustment here is from Guild. They've had a lot of success of, at least early on, getting this A main control towards A lobby. But FPX has simply just backed away. They're happy to give it up. They're happy to readdress it 20 to 30 seconds later. At that point, FPX is just winning out most of the engagements.
No, FPX is playing a great game, and it's across the board, right? Like, every single one of them are doing exactly as required. Now, one of the rounds, you know, they'll take anything they can get, but this would be a gift from the gods. The gods aren't smiling on them right now. Artist puts Trex to bed. Not even getting chip damage for it either, which could have been something. Going for a little walk middle. That's not bad. Going to punish Angel, but there's plenty of other players here. Now, that's Spike. Got to make sure that's not in too much danger. Shao going to pop the ult, mark them, and send them away.
As Sugetsu slipped the net. Found a lot of space towards C side. Should find safe here. What's that? 6 cents from safe, but the Rolling Thunder does get invested pretty early on. The Sugetsu will fall. Coldamenta finds it.
Look at the HP, though. I'm still just... Rust, super low, safe. Coldamenta.
If Artist finds something in the cut here, this is... I mean, it's Raps.
He's going to hear it. He's going to hear this, surely. And all he's got to do... Or?
Well, he doesn't necessarily need to challenge towards CT.
True. I just think that there was a little bit of an element of danger to leave that one player, leaving just Shao to go for that spike plant, considering the smokes already came in behind him. He got isolated. That could have been an issue, but actually taking that time has paid dividends for Artis. Being patient towards it. Spots out Leo as well, who is the healthy player here. If you needed someone to clutch, it would be Leo, and it would be now. But look at the positions. They're so unorthodox. Russ could be in an interesting spot, maybe?
He's noted, though. He's used a flash to get in.
Oh.
Oh, no, Calder. Got some more magic in you, Leo?
A 1v2, 5 HP.
Doubtful. Gotta hold on to the rifle.
Wow. It's getting into what I feel is kind of scrappy time now. Because Guild are clutching at straws, man. FPX have got a stranglehold on the money. They're going to have everything they need going forward, and I haven't seen enough from Guild this half.
I was interested to see. I mean, I was almost questioning it initially, but to see where it actually lands on the minimap. Bad we caught that one. And Coldamenta just forgetting that he took a bit of damage earlier on.
Yeah. Flinging himself out.
But yeah, the Rolling Thunder actually completely stops any follow-up on Sugetsu's positioning, so didn't end up mattering. And this is exactly what I was talking about previously here. Guild have been great for these clearances towards A lobby, finding this early control, but FPX have been great at mitigating it.
They seem very aware of the intent from Guild. I do see. I want to see how prepared they are for this play potentially up long that we've seen come in. That obviously they have some inkling of, but yeah, you can already see that Fade's investment of utility might have noted the players there. Yeah, 100%. So FPX know what's up, and I wonder what the plan is. Where do they go from here? Okay, we've got a little bit of contact. Artist isn't walking the smoke, is he? Of course he is. Artist is absolutely walking the smoke. So a little further ahead, could have punished, but Trek's quick to it, and that's valuable. As Safe's going to do the same towards Zipan. And now with only 3, this is looking far better for Guild. Until then, Angel with the slide, gonna punish Safe. Spike still in hand of Shao. And C looking like he may want to explore towards that site. And Russ's timing, it could be a gift.
30 seconds
Oh
left.
my god.
Or it could be a curse. Just gonna catch one in the heels. Angel, the only one to fall. That could have been 2. And now it is just 2. Shao and Sugetsu. A bit of chip damage on Shao. Still alive.
They'll note both players on site there trying to destroy the recon. What can they get done here? The reveal comes through. Sugetsu actually avoids the blind and will note nothing following. They might even find an advantage here. Sugetsu finds one, Shao finds one as well, but Trax and Leo good for the final 2 kills. Got interest in there. The Guild definitely taking their time on the way back through. But we'll find their 10th.
What do they get left with? We know that there is finance behind FPX, so they can probably still buy pretty comfortably. And my eyes go towards Guild here. I want to see how much they're on. Should be okay for a decent buy.
A couple of gaps in utility. I think 1 or 2 light shields.
30 seconds left.
But at least they were... Yeah, a split second either way.
Yeah.
That's just crazy timing for Angels to get punished. Yeah, the operator back
This
in
is
hand
tense.
is what's
Yep.
key here in terms of the finances for Guild.
This is so tense now between these 2. Guild showing signs of life in those final moments now, getting themselves back up to 10, keeping FPX away, of course, from converting. Map 2 here in this best of 5. If you are just tuning in, this is the lower finals. Really more just a kind of spectacle of some of the better in EMEA. And Artist, is that a tag? He actually did just tag Coldamenta. Fair enough. That's one way to start your control towards C long if you're looking to build it.
They're fairly committed towards this split. Initially here, I mean, Shrek's noted Zipan has to try and deal with the boom bot. Makes a bit of a meal of it. Lots of damage coming through though. Do FPX follow through?
Trek so sharp towards long. Artist is gone, but Sugetsu with the quick trade out now. 3 players through Garage. Angel needs to really hold the attention if they still want something done. Can't get away in time. Leo's going to punish quickly. And now look at what's happening. There's still some danger to this Guild side. They're holding numbers. They've got 4 standing. They're already considering this B rotate that we know the FPX are enjoying. Great pickup for Russ there. Finds Sugetsu trying to cross him with the spike, and now Zipan does get Russ back, but the numbers again so favorable. As now Zipan can't get it done.
Wow.
Guild bringing it back from the brink of destruction to now almost a tied up game.
And with that much utility and that much pressure in response from Guild, I'm surprised that FPX still doubled down on that. Really curious to see. I mean, another timeout called here.
Yeah.
But somehow Guild have brought it back here. Just 1 round separating them. I mean, Trex actually just takes the first tag from Zipan. He's so lucky not to fall there. But played it perfectly. And the ultimate's a real talking point now. Zipan, the showstopper online. Artist 2 off the Tour de Force, and he's down at 2,600. So there will be a gap in this purchase, and Guild seemingly find themselves in a financial advantage here.
Now you tell me how that happened. Roll this back 2-3 rounds.
Yeah.
I could not even tell you.
To the round where they're saving an operator with 300 credits in the bank in total. Yeah, madness. Madness.
Okay. Now FPX preparing themselves, right? Final round here, potentially in their minds. They want this one closed out now. Of course, that may not be the case. Guild could take us to OT.
That's a good spot.
They still need one more round. Curiosity, what do we see at the start now? Because we've seen such varied looks.
Bring them down.
And do they actually actively fight for this control? So, orb gathered and safe.
Yeah, he is dancing with death right now.
This is super risky, and look at the pace change as well. They're going to be trying to pick up the pace through Garage, which is going to put him again in a really tricky spot. Safe got caught in the worst scenario. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and on a chamber. That's surprising. Now the spike can go down. They're already a player at a disadvantage. Trex, Goldamenta, you've got to get into this now. Leo's going to be leading the way, finding Artist, but the trade comes out from Xiao. Leo still standing, still fighting. Trex taking all the attention, but it doesn't really matter. It was Leo being the one to really instigate things, as Trex is going to connect towards Angel and towards Sugetsu. Another 1v1. Zipan on the swing, and he's got it.
Wow.
Zipan takes the fight and takes the game.
What a round to close out on as well. I mean, you're absolutely right as well. Safe's TP is back behind default box, so the response there from FBX, they're almost expecting him to be a little deeper and for them to have that space to come through, but the progress through Garage is ultimately the one that decides it, and what a back and forth map that was. I mean, ultimately, it looked like FBX got to run away with that second half, Guild clawing their way back into it. Wow.
That was much better. Like map 1, look, I know it's exciting, so, you know, big scoreline, quick game. Some people really like that. FPX fans obviously would have loved that. But that game was like, that's that lifestyle to show for Guild, right? That to me is far more exciting. So we're happy to see it, but no matter which way you cut this, it's still a 2-0 right now. This is where things get a little dicey. Yes, it's a best of 5, but it's looking not so long anymore. This could be over quickly, but let's hope not. So as we're going to head to a break, or a break as I like to say, and we're back by the desk.
Get ready for playoffs.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown, I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound, it's my time. You hear the crowd, yeah. We need that rain, me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with it done. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you, like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited.
Get ready for playoffs.
Haven was Guild's map pick, but it was FPX that came out on top once more. I'm Yinsu, and I'm back here with Lothar and Kaquka. That was the one that you guys felt like Guild could have taken, and they could have, but it wasn't theirs in the end.
I mean, I have to say, I think I like how they've gone back to the Sova. Definitely on the attack, it gave us a different feeling. No more faking. You don't have that extra pressure that maybe the Fade utility can give you onto the fake potential. You have the extra information that for certain Sova is going to give you, and definitely he felt more comfortable, but still it wasn't enough because the defense was a mess.
In general, I think it was a mess from both teams. Like, it was very chaotic, and the team play was just lacking a little bit from both sides, and there was a lot of hero plays coming in from Ardis, coming in from Zippen, from Leo. He had 26 kills, even though his team lost this map, and Guild again was actually better on First Bloods than the opponents. Not as big a difference like on Fracture, because it was 13 to 12, but again there was a huge gap between closing up distances when it comes to trades, because for example FPX, when it comes to 3 seconds intervals, they had 8 wins on 4v4s against 1 win from 9 rounds like this on Guilds. Essentially, they were just outplaying the opponent while having the same numbers of the members doing the execute. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that the pressure is definitely there, but I was missing a little bit of coordination on the side of Guild. We know that they just swapped the composition back, but it's something that they've done in the past. To me, it also felt a little bit still too reliant onto what Safe is doing. I feel like it gives them a lot of room. I think we can say that about any chamber on any team, but to Guild, I feel like they needed to actually perform on those rounds.
And the utility, that was a great clip, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see on A-Lob? It's such a basic play, right? You do the Cs, you stop someone from moving, and then the Painters are giving just a free kill. Something that Guild never had access to, right? They always had to work harder to get those openings, maybe try to convert it.
Just a Leo frag movie.
Yeah. In some moments, but
what is this?
Like it was so close, and as Lothar was saying, you cannot like choose a clear winner because it's not like we haven't seen many rounds that is like, oh my god, this is so well played by this team. They definitely deserve to win this map, or the approach overall as a macro thing is like, yeah, this is completely on point. The read was there, but yeah, I'm kind of disappointed on Guild for this one.
Remember, Guild started 0-4 on this map, right? And it was on back of Angel's over push on against the bonus round when he gifted a rifle when the opponents were sitting with like 2 Bulldogs, 1 Sheriff and so on. And that gave Guild like the initial bank boost. And also, Guild actually won 50% of their semi-ecos, while FPX won 70% of their full buys. Like, there's huge difference in approaches to the success of how to play this map from both of those teams, and Guild was just barely in the game just because of mistakes that FPX gave them when they were on the lower buy.
I mean, speaking of that, Lothar, let's take a look at some of the rounds from that map.
I mean, we had some fun stuff, okay? So, all right, kids, remember, there's a Newton law, okay? So it's the force, then the gravity is, force is G divided by masses between the units, and then the distance from those 2 units that are colliding against each other. I think Coldamenta forgot a little bit about that, and he jumped down with 5 HP. Well, that wasn't really a good decision, right? Wasn't it? But to talk about the different Omen, there's a great round where Angel had a very impactful standard Omen ultimate onto Haven A. We're gonna zoom in here. You're gonna see that the Omen just TPs onto Heaven A, and that creates so much pressure. Look at the movement right now on the side. Breach is completely confused, like, oh no, now we're gonna get pinched, right? So the rest of the team that is moving from A long are just waiting for the Omen to do a little bit of contact, show himself, and that makes all the players from long move back towards side. So they essentially have a free empty space to cascade on, and that is only because of this Omen ult. And look how further that goes. Angel just goes and re-peeks to give a little bit of pressure again. closes it up with the paranoia, and now he does nothing. Now he cannot just die. That's it. And that opens up the entire round for FPX to take the space. And it doesn't matter if Angel died right now to the ultimate, because he did his job. He essentially jet dashed into A Haven, you know, and everyone was like, oh no, we have to look for the Omen right now. And that's it. That's the round.
I think that Aegis is feeling it today. Like every single play that we're seeing shows that he's confident, that he wants to take the duo, and he wants to make Guild feel unsafe. Also, we need to mention that Guild actually won both pistols. You were mentioning that they started with that 4-0 on the attack, but also on the defense. If we scrap those first 2 rounds, they only got a couple, so very lackluster.
I want more science lessons from Lothar. That's what I want next time. But let's move on to Split. This is map 3. First 2 maps, I feel like we can confidently at least speculate what we're expecting. But here, I feel like this is the curveball.
I think it's not extremely one-sided. I kind of understand why FPX wants to pick it onto Guild. They both face off Liquid, and I still remember when we were very surprised that Guild were left that pick open for Liquid, and they even decided to start on the attack, and we were like, why? Well, I mean, Jumpy is going to be pushing with the Omen. You know that is like one less, especially if you're Guild and you're just holding on the default. I want to see what FPX has prepared, and I want to see, actually, if Guild is going to change anything regarding the composition. Another player that needs to shine and has not been shining throughout the playoffs has been Russ, and he needs to show up here.
Yeah, Russ has abundance of first deaths so far in the past 2 days.
Especially.
Yesterday it was 12 first deaths so far. From Haven it was 5. Can remember Fracture right now, but I'll check it later after Split. We'll see. But if you look at this matchup on paper, FPX have played Split this time this year 6 times, won it 5 times, and we have Guild who played this map 3 times, won only once. Like on paper, this doesn't look well for Guild. And also when you actually look at the strategies that both teams are representing here, FPX are very efficient defense on Split with the Omen one-ways. Maybe not to the same to the same scale that we have seen from Bonkel, for example, for Ascent, but it's still very efficient. And on attack, I think Angel is the most aggressive Omen I have ever seen.
Okay. I mean, more than Jumpy?
Jumpy exists.
Yeah, okay, so let me rephrase.
Okay.
The most aggressive Omen on attack that doesn't do stuff that just gets him killed.
Okay, I have actually hope, because there is a chance that we do not see Chamber on this map. The last time that they played it, they decided to move away from it, so I'm still trying to recover my point there. But I think that what we have seen from Guild doing in this playoffs, probably Safe is going to be moving on to that agent, creating a little bit of extra pressure, giving a little bit of confidence on that defense, because at least they're going to start there, and they need to accumulate a lot of rounds to even feel comfortable.
I do want to touch on how important this map is for Guild, because we broke this down yesterday when it comes to the points, the circuit points they need in order to make it to Champions without playing LCQ. Guild, they need first seed. They need first seed here. They need to get past FPX, and they also need to get to top 4 at Masters as well. So if their journey ends here, it's almost guaranteed that they have to play LCQ, which is not what you want.
Yeah, definitely. Also coming off the back of actually performing and going to a LAN, maybe kind of feel like you have to go back and having to play that LCQ. Still, we don't know how they're going to, we know that they're going to Copenhagen, but we don't know how they're going to do. Maybe they go and win the entire tournament.
Oh, that would be surprising. At least for
It
me.
would, but there's a
I'm
chance.
not saying no.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is the way that they would end up dodging LCQ, right? Which is something you want to dodge that right now, because making Masters, that's great. You need the experience. Playing LAN will be amazing. But if you look at the caliber of teams that are waiting for these 3 LCQ, I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't want to play that tournament.
And it also gives you the feeling of, it's not only that you're coming back, every single team was watching Copenhagen. They're going to be picking up strats, changing up things, and you're just literally there playing your matches, and you're going to come back to an ecosystem that has been evolving without you.
Yeah, of course, FPX, they picked up points already from the last LAN despite not attending. They are still in a good position, and a great position here because they are 2-0 up heading into map 3. We are going to head into Agent Select here, and I wouldn't be too upset with the Sova. I'm going to just throw it in there because
you're on Split?
I played against Doombros,
Yeah,
and he was
Doom is
I got owned. I got absolutely owned.
Because he's got the lineups, and you're never prepared for a Sova lineup.
I wouldn't be upset. I would not be upset.
Okay, so that changes. Xiao is going to be going on the Astra. Leo is going to actually, I know, why do you do this to me?
It looks like it's
2 Vipers on Split. This is Lothar's favorite day.
Oh my! I mean, this is great. Angel on the Viper, that's a big change. Double controller, and Sagetsu on the Killjoy, which makes sense because now we have the potential combos with the Astra. With the Viper, you have a lot of zoning utility. Artist is also giving you specific space on attacks that then the snake bites you can see on execution just like have a little bit more effect because KO is pushing away people, so you have more certainty with the snake bites effectiveness. And then on guild side we have a bit more standard, but Leon on Fade, right?
It's not only that, it's the fact that you only have Colamenta's Paranoia to actually create that space and maybe force something away. Artis, on the other hand, is on the KO, so Safe probably is going to have a harder time pushing and actually getting to free those angles and finding the duels that have been so necessary for Guild.
I like this. This is full nerd from FPX.
Also pay attention to the fact that the only thing that can destroy the lockdown from Killjoy is the paint shells and the showstopper. That is the only thing, and it's hard to do that.
Would you use a showstopper to kill a lockdown?
Sometimes you have to, right? Sometimes you have to, but the problem is that when someone is attacking B side, the angles are so tough to destroy it with the paint shells because you have to be essentially exposed to some degree to throw the paint shells so it bounces from the wall.
Also, even though we have seen Leo on Fade already, it's his first showing on this map. We do not know what Guild has prepared. Probably they expected the change coming either way, so I think that this one is actually going to come very close.
Well, whatever Guild has prepared, they have to work here because if they lose, they are out of the playoffs. Pansy and Hypoc, there's a lot of pressure riding on this one.
There certainly is, and again, even with this map win, it would be a long road back. Mike, I mean, let's be realists about this. This feels hard to pin down. We're seeing two different looks coming in here. Where are you sitting on this if we're taking it purely at face value?
Face value, I think FPX close out here. The interesting thing is we have curveballs in terms of the compositions for both. So whether or not this is, I mean, FPX, to be honest, continuing with sort of this tendency to want to innovate, right? I mean, historically, FPX were a very stagnant team in terms of compositions. This year has just been so refreshing to watch them. On the side of Guild here, this, I don't want to say it feels like desperation mode, but it's almost like now they're maybe pulling out the stops. They're digging a little deeper in maybe the scrims that they have played and pulling out a different composition here. Whether we're going to see an entire overhaul of how they play, because split actually for both teams seems fairly comfortable, right? It's a good map for both teams.
Yeah, and I think the desk kind of said it well. Yes, if you look at the statistic kind of takeaway for FPX especially, it's one that you think, oh yeah, that's not a bad pick at all. So yeah, it's going to be curious to see what they've improved, changed, gone through, because as the desk rightly highlighted as well, there is a lot kind of riding on this when you go grand scheme, when you take it out of what's directly in front of you. Yes, this is a lower final, which does give you that gateway into the final, of course, and such and so on. And the main prize, I guess, as such, has been won already for a lot of these teams. They've got their place going in towards Copenhagen. However, there is that longer run, Mike, which, again, it's got to be on the mind, but when you're in the server, you're not going to be thinking about that, are you?
No, not necessarily. And I don't necessarily think the composition changes are even leaning into that too heavily. But it is interesting to see if this is something that both teams have worked on to pull it out now, right? Yeah. In game 3 of a best of 5 when you're 2-0 down or 2-0 up, conversely. Yeah. So definitely something I've got my eye on. I believe we do have a bit of a delay. Not entirely sure what it is. It wouldn't
been updated, don't worry.
Wouldn't be us without one delay at least.
Yeah, the bingo card's being filled in at least. But no, it's a peripheral issue with Guild. So hopefully whatever that may be gets resolved quickly. I don't know how it always seems to happen, but it does. And it always seems to be us. I'm still waiting on our, weapon skin to come in. Yeah, I know, we just don't say it.
Barely 5 past 5 here, Lauren.
Shut up, Michael. Please. Why have you cursed this?
I've seen a transition. I've seen a wipe the game. We're safe.
You think we're safe?
Oh, yeah.
You think we're safe, Mike? Yeah. We're never safe. No, don't worry. Enrico's got our back. He's always around, our lovely producer. But for now, we are now moments away. So thank you for your patience at home and dealing with us talking a little bit more waffle than expected. And from what I've learned so far, the more frenzies, the more likely you are to win a pistol round, right? So it looks
positive correlation, yes.
Correct. It looks love them. It looks like Guild should be winning. At least the pistol, right?
We're even discussing the recent success they've had in pistol rounds. Initially, nobody to greet any of this pressure towards A site here. FPX will find themselves a comfortable plant. Well, they're going to reaggress through here towards ramp because lots of bodies committed towards site.
Okay, trying to clear deep. Look, Angel's positioning is just pure rat.
Yeah, he's playing snake bites from literally in the buy phase at the minute.
It's actually filth.
Oh my god.
Sugetsu, there we go. Okay, Sugetsu gets found. It's good. I say it's good at the cost of 2 players. It's not great. Leo's still doing some damage, but Zipan's on the site, and bear in mind there's still Angel.
It's disgusting. It's literally like 10 seconds hang time on that snake bite.
And it doesn't matter. Lord above Angel.
Yeah, that's...
Because they even clear it, right? They clear the traditional close spot, right?
They actually clear so deep into spawn.
Right, well, I don't know where he is. Maybe he's on site, right? Like, maybe he's doing something. I don't know.
Interesting to note, actually, just after that, I just noted on the minimap that they're pinging out exactly where they think he's got that lineup from, but that's disgusting. It's from so deep. And in that scenario, I was noting, you know, how committed they are to... In terms of bodies on site, absolutely the right way to play this.
Oh, for sure.
Just to buy up even just 5 to 10 seconds for this to happen.
Well, it's too early in the day to be seeing that. It's still daylight outside. Don't feel as though that was
Before
made
the
for daytime
watershed.
telly. Exactly. There's going to be phone-ins. Deirdre's going to be on the phone. Can't be having that. Oh. It always surprised me that people actually call up and make those complaints, you know? Like, that someone actually did, you know what I mean? Like, there was actually, like, people going, like, on the phone. Oh, we have an issue on my telly. For now, though, we do see shorties galore. Still a dangerous setup, though. Zipan is left in tatters. And this play... Oh, Trex, I believed. Wholeheartedly did I believe.
They got themselves mid-control initially. Well, look, Russ actually re-aggresses. Yeah, I mean, the shorty's going to range you. Finally. Okay. Made a bit of a meal of that one. the wall drops. To get to an artist will find kills behind it. Just leaving Coldamenta now. A classic in hand. Make that a shorty. Might be able to find Sugetsu here at close range, but we'll close things out. FPX has 4. We'll find the round 2 victory. A decent shot here at the bonus as well. Bringing that Vandal across in the hands of Ardis. I think going to get a second one for Angel as well. Well, Leo already up to 5 kills and got his ultimate online. Obviously, just Leo things.
If he gets really good at Fade, I can't take it. You know what I mean? Like, the guy's already ridiculous. Like, I can't handle more of it. Okay, this feels so tense. I feel like I want to sit back and watch this game. Like, I know I'm meant to be casting, but like sometimes it's just, I feel like a passenger in this in Guild. Did a Ferrari just go past your window or something?
No, through the living room.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I was like, what? I didn't realize there was a Ferrari peak noise in the game, but that's crazy. What's Angel doing? Okay, Angel things.
It's probably lining something disgusting up.
Yeah, it looks pretty filthy, doesn't it, actually? That's pretty nice for a swing through B main. They still have to get past Coldamenta, but this isn't a bad start.
Yeah, I mean, they have to respect this one way. The second one's going to come through as well. It's like almost just going to try and apply a little bit of pressure with this utility towards B site. At least keep 1 or 2 players in position. Russ will spot the cross, though.
Oh, it sounds like the police are chasing down the Ferrari. And Russ could do with a peek as such. He's not going to get it, though. Zipan with the crunch going so nicely. Coldamenta initially felt the pressure coming from B main, but you can see the adjustment towards middle. Nice shot towards Odd. It's just spamming on through, but Zipan outdoes. The speed in which he's bringing these weapons to place is perfect. Spike going to go down, and these rifles are just locked out. They need some quick success, and it doesn't look like they're going to be getting much. Sugetsu just going to be ratting it up in middle as well. Yeah, it's shut down. Lights are on in the club. Time to go home. Leo and Safe trotting away. Gonna keep them to well, the next round, hopefully. But it does look like Sugetsu's near enough to be a problem.
Curious. Curious on the side of Sugetsu, but for him in this regard, if he can finally upgrade, he's the only one missing the rifle right now. Not going to make an awful lot of difference, to be honest with you. It's interesting because of there's such a lack of kills on the side of Guild. It's difficult to really offset the purchases. It's almost saving 2 through. You almost don't want to see Leo and Safe slip out of the pattern in terms of the finances.
Yeah.
I mean, Safe's the one you can excuse, but a million miles away from the tour de force right now.
They're buying around this. Yeah.
I was gonna say a Judge toyed with. Elemental will reconsider a Spectre and a Frenzy to round things out. I mean, similar to the conversation we were having at the start of Haven, this can really spiral out of control early if Guild don't get a hold on this.
And even damage, you're looking at even silver linings in this now because they haven't been getting much, which you rightly pointed out.
Well, the thing to note is the 2 players that saved. Okay.
Big start.
Angel picked up nice and early here on the back of Save.
That's huge. Oh, that's not good for Coldamenta though. Core just drifting in middle. Zipan bodying Russ. One glimmer of success instantly quelled. And now it's on Leo with the rifle. Yeah, Safe's still there, but how much more can he do? Maybe find a bit of timing, but Leo is really amongst it right now. Artist on the other side. I'm keeping my eye on that spike though, because he's drifting back towards B.
Well, they try and isolate Artist here. I don't think they've noted the reposition. Now they have. Well done from him. Try and pin him in place as well to try and punish it. No counter swing, so curious to see how Leo plays this now. Trek's in close contact with him. Leo finally closes that one out. Sugetsu will respond, but Leo doubles down. But elsewhere, the plant coming through. Zipan will find another. Just leaving Safe. The initial aggressor in this round, 45 HP. And FPX will respect. I mean, the plant's safe for him.
Mm-hmm.
Xiao obviously got a star lined up for the first tap. Looking pretty difficult for Safe to navigate his way through this one.
Yeah, just the time alone to clear. Yeah, nice shoulder peek. They know his positioning now. And yeah, the post plant's going to be really hard to deal with. And he needs to aggress. He was trying to find that second player, but obviously we know where he is. So for now, Xiao does find him.
The problem being, I just want to come back to a point I was going to make there with Leo and Safe bringing 800 into this. I mean, it's not going to be too bad in terms of the utility. I was curious as to where they were going to sit. With where the other players that did force up an SMG or a pistol or something, they were sat just above 1200, I think. So actually, even with just the light shields being brought into this, it's actually okay for Guild. Like I said, this is the point where they need to make a response. Already,
it's
FPX
no return point.
Yeah, FPX have a huge cushion here in terms of the economy.
Okay. Sweaty palm time. Zipan trying to take a load of space and quickly, but Leo's got the right positioning. He couldn't quite get the adjust, and Zipan's going to find 2 of them.
Wait, Zipan just got a kill dry off the paint shell?
No idea how. Now, well, Russ just got bodied by Angel. It felt like Angel knew he was there the entire time, and Guild are just behind the curve on this now.
Last player standing.
FPX, man.
They're in total control.
Yep.
Total control.
And it's just this constant, like, okay, we'll save a gun here, save a gun there. You get left in these shoddy, weird force buys half the time, and hopefully, you know, they'll be able to force something up together. But man, I want to see them just time out as soon as they can and just try and do something, because this has been a rough start. And I feel like FPX haven't even shown us the full depth of what they can bring, right? We've seen like a couple of geeky lineups, but that's nothing.
I was going to say,
that's what scares me.
They're not even doing anything particularly special. It's very vanilla. It's very
and
black
sometimes
and
that's
white.
fine, Mike. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. But the concern then comes if FPX have cooked something up around this comp.
Yeah. Mate, I mean, that's the wild part, right? It's like, what else do they have? Because it feels like, okay, well, let's say you address the problems you're being given right now, which is probably what I'm hoping a timeout would do. You address what you've been shown. What can we bring? How do we break this back into our favor? Can we take control anywhere on that? You know, you start going through the options of what you've potentially got. But then you think, well, what else is there to this roster? And it's a buy-up of some variety. It's not particularly pretty for Guild. Buying down to 1.2, 1.4. It's not very nice.
Try and get control of B main here, but so much damage done on the back of the snake bite and the paint shell. Unfortunate not to find a kill there. Trex still happy to try and greet them here, but it's a stinger. Zipan immediately slaps him down. Coldamenta down to just 16 HP. The great setup from FPX and anticipation of Guild trying to try something. Create themselves an advantage. Guild actually will slip through
trying
mid.
it, man. Oh, it's been spotted. The shoulder's been seen. I don't know about Artist on the KO. Have we seen much of that? I'm not 100% sure yet. Yeah, I want to see how he actually looks on the KO going forward. If it's something they can, continue to toy with, but he knows that he was suppressing the chamber, and that was definitely an omen. So, we're curious here, but they're still going to be aware that Russ was playing backside. Remember that Angel just straight up bodied him last round, so there should be an awareness of this position, or likelihood of it. Yeah, comfy. Sugetsu's going to find him, sights theirs. And yeah, Safe's got a rifle, Leo's got a little Spectre, but
30 seconds left.
I mean,
spike planted. Last player standing.
It just feels so one-sided right now.
Yeah, it really does. Safe again, last man standing. But he's even going to be able to find something at this point. Doesn't really matter. There's no consolation in this scenario.
The silver linings are gone.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Guild hit the timeout button now, to be honest.
They need to the emergency button. Yeah, there it is. Surely it's coming in. Surely? Yeah? Well, I'll wait and see. It's got to be the case, because they're not in a good spot right now. And I think the thing is that the money's been absolutely tattered throughout all this. Amount of like weird force buys, half buys. And
there's been very few positives for this. Like I said, there's not been anything special on the side of FPX, to be quite frank about it. We do see the timeout coming from Guild.
Good.
Just about now rounding out their first ult cycle. Leo's had his ultimate since the end of the pistol, it felt like, but yeah, I mean, elsewhere, Safe has 3 kills, Coldamenta has 1, Trex yet to get on the board, Russ yet to get on the board.
Which is, that scares me, because bear in mind, to me, Russ was still having a decent game throughout this previous series, like with the previous maps. Like, he's always been okay, you feel like he plays his role quite well. Same with Trex. Trex has seemed to have a bit of an off day for me, but again, poor timing for it to hit right now to be sat at 0-6, Mike.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, at this point, the ultimates don't even really play a factor. Whereas traditionally, you might be a 3-3 or a 4-2 scoreline here. It'd be great to be coming into round 7 in this sort of position. FPX haven't had to rely on anything either. That's why I say it's been so vanilla. It's just been very, very cut and dry Valorant so far.
Yeah, and it's we're sitting at a 6-0 on the attacking side. I think that says a fair amount. And these rounds haven't been particularly close. So that's the other factor. As now we see a little bit more of a staggered start. I do want to see what the intent behind Angel's utility is this time. It'd be nice to facilitate that cross if they do go for it. So pop of the ult. Safe. Well. Again, sights theirs. You have to respect it.
We'll find the clean plant as well. The trap finally goes off.
You should
Oh my god. Xiao just absolutely deleted Safe.
It's scary seeing a team with all the right theory and then the firepower behind it, right? Like, that's always the scariest factor. Now Trex sends it, right? He's got to use the ult at some point, and now is the time. They're still going to try and make this work, but FPX has dug in deep. They are unmoving until then. Leo and Coldamenta finally clear it out and get 1 on the board, but that took everything.
Pretty sure it did. Russ popped his Viper's Pit as well. Trex obviously burning up the showstopper, and it's just to get them on the board. And the fact that 3 of them fall as well, it's not easy if they get a big cushion off that. They don't get a big boom to the economy. That's why it's concerning to almost desperation throw some of these ultimates in.
Yes. I've got to try it. I get it. You got to get on the board.
Yeah, you have to.
Right? Like, that's the long and short of it. But when we look at, okay, well, grand scheme, can they now do this every round? No.
I actually forgot as well. Safe was on the tour de force, so it was 4 ultimates invested.
Yeah, you're right. Unfortunately for Safe. Ooh, trying to live in that heartbeat between breaths. Gets the TP away, though. Wasn't able to connect the shot either, even though seeing... Who was it for a second? It was Zipan potentially for a second. Now, let's see what FPX do now. They finally had a little bit of a, you know, a fight back to them. Maybe there's something else to be seen.
Well, the next step of the plan is here for FPX. Again, no real flair to this. The old trademark shift walk mid here. Coldament gets away with murder.
Crazy
you hate to see those, but Zipan will fall. Still one of the most tilting ways to die.
Yes, I think we're all upset for him. But we do see the double stack up towards heaven, so again, for FPX, they've still got problems to try and break through. You can see Safe is on guard duty. B main is his for now. He doesn't want anyone to be able to challenge this. So if anything, it is funneling the remaining players, the 3 who were towards mid, to maybe explore that A side, or at least give the idea of that being the intent, potentially. Tournament are going to be hearing plenty. And it's actually pulling a rotate. It's pulled a lot of rotations just off the audio cues alone. Now, if
10 seconds left.
Angel can get into a decent position, there's still danger here, but 7 seconds, they've got to make this go now. 5 seconds, and Trex has found Angel. That's big, that's impact, and despite it's too late. They can't get the plan, all you got to do is stay alive. And the clock became their biggest friend in the end.
Will lead them to their second, but damage done once again. Guild not able to really solidify their position just yet. With FPX already reaching the 6th round marker, we'll see a couple more of these. Interesting to see actually where it sits for FPX. We had a comment previously with how much a buffer they could build up. I mean, yeah, now this down to 50 credits, but still money across the board. Was trying to bait this out. Yeah, I was going to say, if he can note safe or at least force out the TP, they should be able to get a little bit of control towards mid. They do just that.
Ooh, Safe. How long are you stick around here now? Cordamenta removed from your side. You still have support, and Leo's actually going to aggress, taking matters into his own hands. It's actually worked out so well. Finds 2, punishing Zipan on the follow-up as well. Leaving Angel and Sugetsu on cleanup duty to try and maybe pull anything back together. And a 2v3 on the attacking side is still pretty feasible. They've got 56 seconds. They're not really out of options. They've got a couple up their sleeve to play with, but where do they go with this?
If they get themselves to a post plant, and Viper's pick could come in huge for them. So a good Yuto on Sugetsu as well.
Ores and orb emitting.
Trying to ult their way out of B main. This is interesting.
30 seconds left.
Angel's made himself a little tunnel to get through. Still has to find a kill though. Well, Sugetsu has to come through. 20 seconds left now. Expecting something to come of this.
Leaving a little bit of time for Sugetsu to work towards heaven, but they got to go. You're right. It's a time limit thing now. Angel makes contact. They now know what's up, but there's still that player on the site, and it's safe. 10 seconds, and he just holds the line. Angel's gone, and Sugetsu can't do anything with it now. It's all but over. 3 seconds. Next round, and again, you got to look at how that round went down. For me, Leo's aggress in middle was wild, but it worked.
Well, it was wild, but there was so much investment towards Coldamenta and Rope, so I had to dig him out. I think the fragment comes through, the paint shell comes through, there's a gravity well to pin him in there. Once they find that, like you said, that's when the reaggress actually is insane, because this smoke was down before that entire exchange. You can see it only just drops there. So really well timed by Guild. It's going to force out potentially, yeah, the first time out of FPX. So whether or not this is Guild establishing themselves in the first half and FPX beginning to feel the heat. I mean, they definitely are in terms of the finances here. Considering the initial lead.
It's recovery, right? Like, it is big recovery. Yes, finally they've been able to get a couple of purchases beside them. Other bits and pieces coming online, and I just now look at FPX and go, okay, so how much do you bring out? Because clearly they're geeky, right? They've got notepads upon notepads of things they can bring out. How far do they go down into this? Don't have any ults to work with in this round. I mean, Zipan's one away, Sugetsu too. Same with Xiao. They're actually just on the cusp of their next rotation of ults. But what do FPX do now? They've finally got a little bit of resilience put their way.
And this is where you get concerned if FPX have cooked up anything. Do we start flipping through the pages of the playbook? How much do FPX have to rely on here? Already a big advantage here in the first half.
Toxins going up.
Coldamentor with a little fake here towards B main. FPX resort back to basics. The walk through mid by Artist and Zipan. And never anybody to greet this on the side. I mean, previous round is an exception for that, but it was punished. So don't expect Guild to go back exploring towards mid. But a 4-man lean towards A. Even safe on a 9. It does have a relatively protected TP. But with Angel lining this up, looks as if he might feel a little bit of pressure. Nice off angle, actually. Didn't even note he was up on the box here.
He is so isolated.
They found my trap.
Like, he has to get one, right? Like, one and TP is.
It's a dirty
good.
off angle, though.
It is. Actually, a little bit deeper on those players. Lovely.
Yeah.
There it is. One and done. Backs away, but the site is actually now available. So again, they still have that player towards heaven as well. You've got Artist set up towards there.
30 seconds left.
And you can see Guild sitting super deep. Finally getting back towards ropes and starting to maybe re-explore towards middle. They don't know if this one's sat super deep, maybe in a lurk potentially. So they've got a little bit of time to clear here. But they're going quick. Trex going to utilize the back of the utility invested. You're absolutely right. There is no time to waste. This is going to be a big suppress potentially. I wonder how many he actually got from that. To at least one, maybe two. Could be more. If Artist can just be a problem, be a nuisance, and that is one of the things he's good at, but he can only do damage. Doesn't get the player, so it's down to 3, and the body's simply favoring the Guilds are going to convert this round. Angel now noted, has to swing, takes him with him. That's actually not bad to get to go Trex. Wait, hold on, FPX is still fighting. Xiao's got Golden Mentor, and it's all on Russell 1v1. And time is being purchased. And you're absolutely right, Russ is all out of time and all out of options, and FPX are back on the board.
Beautifully done. I mean, the timing of the knife, I was just about to note, actually Trex, and actually on the back of the A side stack as 4, meant the Guild had so much utility available. So this knife from Artist, we talked about him being a nuisance. I mean, the fact that they can even still get off this ultimate, it's very late in the day for Leo to pop this, and it becomes so frantic. At that point, FPX is still dug in so deep, they can play these crossfires and just make it difficult. Buy the time for the Nano Swarms to win the round. It's so well done.
And it's broken the money of Guild again. They're right back down to Frenzy's light armor and 1 rifle for Coldamenta. Zipan! It was almost terrible. It felt horrible. That's a Frenzy. That was a Frenzy sort of moment going on there against you. And for now, it's just pasty. It's scrappy. It's a brawl. The Frenzies aren't winning this one.
It's safe and Coldamenta to try and find something.
Last player standing.
Nothing on that front. And no consolation to find. FPX now looking comfortable after that timeout. 2 rounds back to back. An opportunity to close out 9-3 here. A curse for some, but the way FPX are playing, honestly, you take nothing away from that. They'll be laughing. Operator in the hand, actually, for, I guess, a little bit labeled for Zipan, but it's just, it comes back to the early round once again for Gil. We saw these issues on Fracture here on the defense on Split. I'm feeling the same way.
Yeah.
It's going to be another set piece here from FPX.
Ooh, Leo feels like he's putting so much into trying to disrupt this, and now we need someone else to step up as well. Has to be another string to this. That's not bad. Coldamenta actually besting Artists.
What?
How the hell did they win that fight? Those two players as well winning their fights. Angel now in the 1v2. They know where Coldamenta is. I guess they also know where Trex was because he was in a fight. So Angel might have a decent mental image as to where these players are, but that Spike's position is a problem.
The problem here comes from the investment of the wall doesn't really help him in this regard. You have to cut off elbow potentially, make an awkward peak for Coldamenta to swing out through that. He has to isolate this first, and he does that. Oh, he just fumbles the second. Coldamenta closes out with a Spectre. There's 8-4 and a half, Lauren.
Switching sides.
Okay, it's a little bit of wiggle room. It's not a lot though, because let's roll our mind back to how I just want to keep saying geeky, but you know they're truly sweating it out. FPX, where some of those lineups, some of the the looks they're bringing out, it's nasty. And Guild did recover a little, not a lot. It's enough to give them a bit of room, but this is going to be a battle.
One enemy remaining.
Still close. Oh, was that just for Zesht? You just pulling tech pauses for Zesht now, are you? Wow. Just helping people with their bingo cards.
Brilliant.
Shocking. So, Mike, tell me about your holiday. What was the favourite thing about it?
Not being in the questionable UK weather for a week.
Yeah, no, we're getting that horrific weather in Germany where it's just kind of warm, but it's not that sunny. I can't have my aircon on because then people hear it, when we're doing our job. It's terrible. There is another peripheral issue, I believe. I hate saying the word peripheral. It's horrible.
Yeah,
the profiteroles.
Profiteroles.
Yeah, and I really would fancy some of them right now. But no, I'm very envious of your holiday. I went to see My Chemical Romance, and I felt like the old person at the back of a gig. You know what I mean? Like it's now.
Really?
Like, there are. Yeah, it's surprising.
No, I find that really, really surprising. Actually,
I've missed your comforting, dry sarcasm, Mike. It's lovely. Yeah, no, I kind of forget that I have aged, but some people are now also aging at the similar pace, right? But they started younger, so now they are, it's one of those. So yeah, that was eye-opening. But no, I feel like you had the better holiday than me, and I'm very jealous. Very jealous.
I mean, it's not even really close, is it? To
be
honest.
Right. Well, I've sat outside occasionally and drank coffee. So I gave myself heat rash after like one day. Went outside. Put on sun cream, as you do.
I mean, you mean your COVID tan didn't set you up for the heat wave, no?
It did not set me up for success, Mike. It really shot me in the foot. So I went outside and I was reading my book, having a coffee, really trying to soak it up because, vitamin D deficiency. We've all got it, probably. Came back in. I'm like, oh, what's wrong with my arm? No. Yeah, I guess I'm just allergic to the sun. Hopefully this tech timer doesn't take too long. We could talk about the game. Anything you want to talk about, Mike?
I mean, the trend from early on has continued, even though Guild have given themselves an opportunity, Lauren. You just look at the scoreboard.
Yes.
I feel like FPX I'll come back to the same thing once again, weren't really doing anything special. It was just solid fundamentals. The protocol list was in place, and you look towards, Artists sitting here with 10 assists is huge to have that. With just their ability to follow through on some of it. Sugetsu as well on the Killjoy, leading the charge. 13-7, yes, Japan close behind him, but this has looked good. With no real choreography to it, to be honest with you. It's been a very defaulty approach from FPX on the first half, and Guild really struggled with that. It's another thing I noted on Fracture where they weren't able to find favorable first engagements. And even when it came down to the buy rounds, Lothar's been talking about it repeatedly in terms of the first blood battle. Guild just couldn't get themselves back into some of these rounds.
Right. Well, now we go into the second half. 4-8, if you're just tuning in, you must have missed the first two maps. And this best of 5 would be looking real quick if this does continue true to trend. However, chip damage was achieved towards Artist, but first blood was drawn. And Russ is going to hear all of this, and Shao slowly slipping away because you know that Guild would love to catch him unawares. Oh, but apparently Xiao is never unaware. Xiao is always aware and will absolutely batter.
Trex and Leo left to try and recover this one. Trying to spam Xiao away from backside. Actually does catch it when the poison orb goes up. Trex at least here will get the ult orb for his troubles, but still a 2v4.
30 seconds left.
Angel catches a glimpse towards mid. Zipan finally finds Trex, and Leo with the frenzy in hand might be able to find one. Actually, Angel bests him with the classic. Doesn't even want to upgrade to it. Yeah, well, okay.
Wow. Okay, Angel. That's a statement in itself.
Yeah. Exposed. Live.
That's crazy.
Caught in 4K.
TikTok's coming out about that. You won't believe it. It's going to be on TMZ. Right. So that's an issue, because if you're on the guild side of things, or just wanted a closer game, you'd have wanted that pistol to come in, right? You were really hoping that that could be a nice kind of facilitator to close the gap, at least on the scoreboard, get to the gun rounds, got a little bit more play to bring in. Well, yeah, it's not looking good for that. So now we go into the next go of things. Safe could do some serious damage here, but look at that KJ set up on the other side. There ain't no entry over there.
And really, when you play against the Killjoy, you need Trex to be the tip of the spear in most of these rounds. Just to try and either satchel through that utility or deal with it, completely mitigate the possibility. But Safe actually going to find one. The lineup is perfect for Artist, so catches two in response. Elsewhere, Zipan spotted out the other half of the setup from Guild.
Do you find any more? Because I just see FPX slowly slipping deeper in towards these sites, right? Just moving further away, making it harder and harder work. Now, I guess the one thing is they keep going towards that A site. You get to see that KJ set up in action because, well, it is going to be just to get to here.
Left.
Look at Xiao's utility as well, littered across it.
Tommy, absolutely pumping the damage. And there it is, and away we go. Sugetsu needs to be good for it. I'd say one here, but again, the support is en route. Spots out one. Lovely stuff.
10 seconds left.
Spots out another. And yeah, Leo stands, but he didn't even have the spike to hand, sadly, so he can't recover it. Xiao is there, and now FPX make it to double digits. Guild, it's time to go, boys. You gotta do something with this here, because otherwise it's all but over.
We talked about that timeline in the previous map here. I mean, FPX convert, you feel like the map's all but done.
Yep.
Formality at that point.
10 seconds left. Down A.
With what, 3 surviving, it's not even really a massive performance to take away some of these weapons from Guild. Actually bring across a Bulldog into this round in the hands of Leo.
Angels. Okay, I was wondering how far he'd let that go.
Toxin screen down.
There will be Guild taking mid. Now, we know where Artist is. Has to give away the game. Falls away. Gotta respect the utility invested by Trex. And Guild have done their first, I guess, that, you know, the initial checklist, right? They've done what they needed to, but now I want to see that next layer to this. How does it look when they try and start taking towards the sites? They've already pushed FPX further back. Safe gonna note that one player up towards Catwalk. But again, 40 seconds now. I get worried. I start looking at the clock here.
Where are you?
There's no subtlety anymore to this. It's really being painted like an A piece right now.
Yeah, it is. But they need to find something on the way. They still haven't dealt with the utility. That's going to slow things down.
25 seconds, and this is what I get worried about. When you're starting to look towards site at 40, barely hitting at 20. You've got so much to get past. And there's still players to deal with. We're just talking utility alone. One underhand flash from Artist, if rightly timed, could have so much impact. There's the flash, and it's worked well enough. And look at this absolute destruction.
Yeah.
Devastation from Guild, and it looked hesitant to try and hit the site, and it's absolutely cost them here.
It really has. Backs against the wall. Nothing to bring into this. FPX on 11 already. An even bigger buffer. With that conversion, I mean, the setup is beautiful. The way that FPX play it is even better.
It's very nice to watch.
Like I said, walking into that sort of setup so late on in the round, almost impossible for Guild to make that happen.
And it's I'd feel a last ditch timeout, this one. And if you, so I feel like, again, if you look at the kind of stages of a round, right? The start of the round, like you're looking for like, okay, the default to an extent, right? Let's imagine it's a more standard round. You default to an extent, try and find any aggression. Okay, that's not the case, right? On the protocol list for Guild, okay, we wanted to start building towards middle, right? We forced them away, we've sat them in deeper positions. But again, I'm looking at that site hit, like really kicking off around the 20-second marker. That really worries me. Seeing that sort of hit, and as we noted earlier on, that KJ setup was there. They had plenty of util. They even had Artist tucked behind screen. Like, he was fine. And then to layer to that, I worry for Guild because they've got to hit this adaptation right out the gate perfectly, and then just keep doing it for the remainder of the rounds, right? Like until they're a bare minimum all even. This is a hard situation for them to work out now.
To come into this with the purchase. Full Bulldogs, Spectre, no ultimates to play with just yet. We want to prevent FPX from getting to map and series point here. Lots of information early on from that knife as well. You see immediately, FPX are trying to find this kill in mid as well. Angel and Zipan just curious behind it. Sugetsu finds one actually on the crossover. I'm not sure if this gap is even considered there. Russ's wall noted. Yeah, really strange to lose one like that. I'm not even sure if it is visible. The gap is visible on the minimap, so maybe a little unfortunate there. It almost plays into FPX's hands perfectly.
In case they need anything else to start going wrong.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And now what you do, you've hit that brick wall. Now it looks like they're going to try and readdress that B site. Maybe explore a little this way. Zipan going to get the contact. Angel invest utility. Time. That's now another, 10 seconds removed essentially at this point.
Here.
Still got the paint shell to invest as well.
20 seconds now. A little bit more attention being put towards to see if that paint shell comes right back in. Angel's still there, and Angel still delivers. He's got Zipan by his side, doesn't even need to find Cold Adventure himself. And they've run out of time, and they are not breaking the FPX wall.
I mean, it's a tough way to lose the first player, but with the force there, you've got to see Guild just lean heavily on an execute. Whether or not that was the intention, and safe falling is ultimately the curveball that changes that, but it's tough to see that.
I feel like they're running out of steam, if I'm honest here, Mike. It feels like Guild have hit a brick wall and they do not know how to go above it, around it, under it, or to even break through it. That brick wall is FPX, and rightly so. FPX have been playing a great game, but it has to be now. Or this is done, and it looks like Guild is going straight up middle, up the guts, and taking the brawl, and they ain't winning the brawl. It's a 1-for-1 trade out. Safe this time, gets to keep his life and take a couple himself. Two gone. All popped. Russ on the other side. Quick flash for Artist. It ain't pretty, but that swing was. Sugetsu takes it over towards the other side. Now Shao. He's got to know that this is a problem. How is he adjusted?
No way.
How is he doing this? Shao steals them into the finals. FPX have booked their ticket.
Another map point round from Shao, closed out comfortably, beautifully done. I mean, how he even finds the readjustment on that is beyond me, but he's had a fantastic day individually, and FPX have. Guild, I gotta say it didn't feel as if we saw the best version of Guild compared to what we've seen previously. Whether or not it's like you've alluded to, just running out of steam a little bit, but this was a really good FPX today. I gotta say that.
Oh, it was a lovely look at FPX, just purely from if you're standing back, you don't really, let's say you're not a fan technically of either side, you just like a good bit of Valorant, you'd be looking at FPX going, yeah, that was a really nice game, actually, enjoyed that one. But you're right, I feel Guild was a little bit flat today. For me, we didn't see the best of them, and I think it should have been a closer game in my mind. Again, be it running out of steam, how much they've invested just to, qualify to where they are. Or maybe this is just the next step up, right? FPX do have that gear to go to. But any closing thoughts here, Mike?
No, not an awful lot to take away from this. I think we've already kind of touched on some of the points. Whether or not this is Guild now going to have an opportunity to reset, obviously looking towards what they've achieved already. That was the biggest accomplishment coming out of this. So no surprises really on the side of FPX either. The comp changes, we didn't necessarily see anything special. So whether or not this is something, just we're going to see this maybe bubble up towards Masters. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's all paving our thoughts going in towards Masters. However, before we get there, we do need to talk about the player of the match who stood out the most, not to us necessarily, but you at home. Who was the one who stood out to you? Anyone there from that list really jump out to you?
I mean, Sugetsu again.
100%.
I had a fantastic day today. I mean, this guy, I still feel as if he's heavily underrated, but he continues to deliver for FPX.
Oh, for sure. And I said, I'd say that vote would be very much his. However, that's your choice, not ours. So, speaking of you guys, if you do stick around for this break, we'll be back by the desk to wrap up everything that you've seen today.
Get ready for playoffs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop at talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son, it don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want
it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Get ready for playoffs.
It is a clean sweep from FPX as they take down Guild 3-0 and move on to their second consecutive grand final. We talk about FPX needing to defend their title, and they've done this challenge. They've gotten over it. Back-to-back grand finalists.
Yeah, exactly. It looks a little bit like what happened yesterday.
Everyone's allowed one mute. It's okay.
It's our first time, actually. So, yeah, I was saying that it reminded me a little bit of yesterday when they get to that third map and they're like, yeah, we're done. Let's just go over it. And at some point, I actually saw Guild seeing themselves as losers. Like after FPX was getting the rounds one after another, it looked like Guild were like, yeah, no, we saw a pause, and Barbara probably was like, hey, why are you fighting like this on me? Trex dying a lot, trying to engage into duels that were not necessary for them to take.
I feel like I could just repeat what I said on the previous maps, but this time it was FPX who took most first bloods, and they just converted those runs that they didn't on the previous ones. Because this is the first time where FPX had 12 first bloods and Guild only 6. And because of that, they absolutely dismantled Guild when the other maps were closer, because Guild was able to get at least the first opening kill and have an advantage, because first blood is actually a huge advantage in every single round. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the first deaths. Yesterday, we had seen 12 first deaths on Rust. Today, he didn't have as many, it was 7, but Trex had 12. So far, and it's actually kind of ridiculous how many first deaths are happening on defense, because most of those are happening on defense, not on attack, because it's fine if the race player dies on attack, but on defense it's actually a little bit awkward.
I mean, this is a fantastic showing for FPX, right? We heard Angel earlier say in that interview, he needs his players to relax. They need to chill out. They can do this. And Kaquka, to get a 3-0 the night before you have to play a grand final is the best thing you can do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the pressure definitely is still on, because they still have to go up against Fnatic. We've seen them already, how many times? 3
This will be
times?
the third time.
Yeah, okay, so it's going to be a lot. Definitely, they have the experience, and actually they have to feel good because all the changes that they've brought up. I'm actually surprised that they decided to change something in such short notice, because against Liquid, it was completely different.
Yeah, I mean, flexibility is one of the strongest assets in your team that you can have in general, but it has to be done with a thought process behind it, right? Because we have seen many times teams try something new, try to be flexible, try new strategies, just like Guild tried, right? And they were not effective. They tried to adapt the Fade, they failed at it to some degree, had to fall back on the Sova today. And yeah, I mean, in the future of Valorant, teams need to be very flexible and effective at the same time.
We've seen it on the past, teams trying to catch up with an agent after the time has passed. They were like, oh yeah, it's not that strong, but then we try it, we play it in officials, and actually we don't win, so we're like, oh, but the rest of the teams are winning, and we're just falling behind. We saw it with Astra.
Yeah,
and Chamber here in EMEA.
Astra and Chamber. Turkey was a very big region that just didn't want to adapt to Astra play, right? And that was hurting them short term, but also long term. So you can see that there's has to be that kind of pacing done by the coach, essentially, and the analyst to just convince the players to try something new.
Well, one guy who is the epitome of a consistency when it comes to the server, and also when it comes to winning player of the match, because he wins it every single time FPX plays. And it is once again, Sogetsu, I would love to know a stat on how many times he's not won, because I feel like it's not that many. And yeah, this guy, what a time to come online just before you have to go to a really, really big international tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And the first time for FPX finally happening. I think that Sogetsu is going to perform wonders as well in LAN. It's one of the things that we were wanting to see since we saw them on stage 1. And I think he's been performing even better every single time. It doesn't matter what role he's going to be in. He's always going to follow you up.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous because he plays Viper, Sage, and Killjoy here in this match. And I'm just checking the stats. He had 53 frags, 37 deaths. That's plus 16 on support characters. That's actually kind of nuts when you think about it, because he's not allowed to take risky fights and get scot-free from them, right?
And it's not only that, he's a good pair. Like sometimes, for example, in Fracture, we see him playing with Artis. Here, he was playing more with Zipan, but he's always something that you can rely on to put with a different pair and knowing that you're always going to reinforce a site or an execute.
But again, the comfort picks, we speak about if you want to adapt, if you want to try something different, there's got to be good intentions behind it, right? We talk about Enzo wanting to play the Fade, Xiao2 wanting to play the Fade. This is something that they came up with, and you can see the hard work they put in. And I think Soigetsu, it doesn't even make sense right now to force him to play other characters because he's just so good on everything that, Lothar, you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, just efficient, you know?
Yeah.
He's just efficient with every single character that he plays, but you can see that it's like a small piece of the entire team that ties everything together, kind of like Angel when he's not playing the Duelist, right? Because when was Angel is playing the Viper, for example, here, they had like a synergy when it comes to the executes, but also Angel was able to save the snake bites because of Suigetsu's utility that was just taking a lot of space as well, because the Analysts were used in some executes as well instead of the snake bites.
Yeah, and I think that one of the highlights of FPX is the trust that they have in the ecosystem that they have built. They know that even if they're going to change something from one day to another, they know that, for example, they're going to be playing on the chamber. Let's just keep playing KO. Let's just run the KO. Artists can do it. Okay, how else do we reinforce it? How else can we? It worked, okay? It worked. But they trust the ecosystem for it to work.
Yeah, and guys, I can't wait to introduce the post show for today, which we're going to move into right now.
Oh, snap.
Because, Lothar, you had a lot of questions yesterday for Doombros, and I want to see what kind of questions you have today with our guest, Zipan. Hi, Zipan. Welcome to the show. You guys have made another grand final. I feel like this is too much of a regular occurrence. Like, if we don't see you in a grand final, it's too weird for me right now. But how happy are you with the progress that you've made?
I'm really happy that we managed to qualify for Copenhagen again after not being able to go to Iceland last time. So it's huge for us. And yeah, the grand final tomorrow, we want to defend our title.
Oh, I love to hear it. I love to hear it.
Okay, I have a question actually. We had a segment today about you when you play on KO, when you play on Race. I wanted to hear your perspective. When you're going into a match and you have your role assigned, which one do you prefer? We know the answer, but can you just tell us a little bit more, like how do you feel when you play Race and how do you feel when you play in KO?
When I play Race, I like to play entry, I like to go into the site with satchels. I want to play aggressive. When I play Kaio, I play more support, maybe, like help Artis when he plays the chamber. Knife for him, flash for him. I'm kind of more a support for him.
Okay, so the changes that we have seen, for example, today on Split, was that something that you prepared? Was it something that it was specifically for today, or something that we are going to see again in the future?
We might see it again in the future. We didn't prepare it specifically for Guild. It was more against Mech. We expected them to maybe pick Split, so it was more a comp for them. But it worked as well versus Guild, so...
I feel like the F in FPX stands for flexibility right now. It's flexibility Phoenix. But Zipan, we hear from Angel about his vision for your team. He wants every single one of you to be able to play every single agent with very short notice. He says, I want my players to scrim twice, 3 times, and then we just play an official. As a part of this system, how do you feel about it? And how difficult is it, do you think, for you to maybe having to pick up things that you're not comfortable with?
I think it's fine. It can be frustrating sometimes when you don't win in scrims and it's not working well in scrims because we just play like 2 scrims maybe on a new comp. And maybe not that confident going into officials.
You're insane.
But we need to adapt. So it's versus team. We like to anti-strat teams. So yeah, I mean, it's also fun to try new agents. Like last Icebox, I played Sova. I haven't played Sova before. So it's really fun to play new agents.
I also heard from Angel that he wanted you and Artis to try the Yoru. And you were like, nope. So what was your reaction when he asked you to play the Yoru?
No thanks. I don't want to play that agent.
Why? Why not?
I don't like it. I just don't like it.
Your Lothar is so upset right now.
I'm not upset. I mean, the funny thing is, if you don't like Yoru's playstyle, there's no way you can make it work. You need to be a good pairing for that agent because it's just you shape the way that you play that agent,
I wanna ask you about, moving forward now that, as you said, you didn't make it to Reykjavik under those circumstances, but now you're going to Copenhagen. Is there any team that you might feel afraid of, or someone that you really want to face up against?
It has to be Optic then, since they won the last time. I want to play them. I want to beat them.
Okay.
If they make it.
Optic made it already, right?
They made it already.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, I
and
think
they
so.
only get 2 slots. My bad. I forget that one.
Inferior region, right? Yeah.
No, he has to say it, Lothar.
I'm sorry.
What are your thoughts on the NA region?
You're trying to rig our bingo
You want me to
card.
trash talk?
Okay, basically, if you trash talk, then Kaquka gets a point in this game that we're playing. So if you want Kaquka to have a point, feel free to trash talk any region. Doesn't have to be NA.
Nearest airport, what can I say about NA?
Yes, I think it counts. I don't know if you can see this, Zipan, but on our screens we have the bingo
yeah, I
card.
can see it.
Okay, so these are the options that we have left that could still happen. I want to get your take. What do you think is the most likely thing that's going to happen tomorrow out of every option that's left on the card?
FPX wins a map with Euro.
Oh, I was thinking the same. I was praying that he was going to say that. So can you promise us that tomorrow we're going to see the Euro? Because we would love to see it.
No, you don't want that because Lothar would win.
Lothar is already going to win. Yeah, he's going to win. He's doing his push-ups, so he's going to win.
I mean, well, you're going to have to promise us, Zipan, that the Euro
Yeah,
win is
maybe
coming.
Angel gonna play Jet as well on Split. It worked.
Yes,
really
it
good
worked last time.
100% win rate.
I mean, I want to see that. Do you guys want to see that?
Wait, if that was 100% winner, that means that FPX is the best team on the planet when it comes to jet usage.
Because
On
Shao as
Angel.
well. But Shao is insane.
Yeah, on Angel too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to keep speaking about Angel, but Zipan, we rarely get a chance to chat to the other teammates on your team. So I want to ask you, because when it comes to how you guys approach the game, the compositions, the theory, the play style, it feels like it comes down to Angel and Doombros kind of theory crafting stuff, and then coming to you guys and letting you guys implement it. How much say do you have in this team? And can you ever just stand up being like, actually, no, Angel, I don't want to do that. That's a bad idea.
Of course, I can say I don't want to play it, but I know what's best for my team and my role in the team, and I want to win. So if Angel says I will play Killjoy one day, I will play it.
Anything but Euro.
It's gonna make us win. Not Euro.
Is there any other agent that you don't like playing, or you would like say immediately
Breach.
also no? Breach.
Breach.
Okay.
I don't like the Breach gloves. I can't play with them.
Oh, I want your Phoenix back. Bring the Phoenix.
I mean, he's getting a buff most likely on PBE. It probably will not be good enough to bring him inside a duelist circle, but it's still coming.
Anything is possible with FPX, Lothar. Zipan, I just want to quickly show you, because I don't know if you had any time to kind of watch what happened on Split, but I don't know if you were watching your teammate Shao at the very end of the last round of that map, but he did this.
I was watching him.
Okay, talk me through what was happening here.
I don't remember. I naded and I just picked mid.
Not the last round.
So gets the kills in from behind there, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you expect Shao to do what he's about to do?
No.
I did.
Is Shao playing with the left-hand model?
Did he just say safe with that?
He's playing with the right-hand model.
Yeah.
So his bulldog actually covered the Omen dropping down to hell. That is actually interesting.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to see them.
Yeah, he just hears the step and it's like, aha, got you.
Lothar, is there anything you want to ask Zipan when it comes to the more technical side of things, or the questions you were asking Doombros yesterday? I kind of want to hear Zipan's take on some of the things that you always talk about.
But there was nothing happening today. I mean, the FPX again played on Fracture. We didn't have to breach, right? Yeah. And then the opponents didn't pick the Killjoy, so I don't know.
I will say, as someone who always thrives on the Reyna, Zipan, would you like to play Reyna more if you were allowed to?
Yes and no.
Why not?
Sometimes you need to have good confidence when you play agents like Reyna. So yeah, sometimes I struggle with the confidence, and I want to use the abilities to help my team and not by killing them.
So do you think Reyna has even space in the professional play, or do you think it's an agent that Just, I mean, it's your
No,
opinion,
I
so-
think there's a lot better options. You can take Euro, Breach, Sky, KO. Every is better.
Oh, you're so happy right now, Lothar. You're
Yeah.
so happy.
I have like butterflies in my stomach right now.
Oh, thank you, Zipan. But before I let you go, I want to take one more look at the bracket because we have just one game left. It is the grand finals. Now, Zipan, Fnatic seems to be the team that's been standing in your way every single time you play this season. You're going to go up against them tomorrow in a best of 5. How do you think you can turn this around? Because they've beaten you every time.
Now it's best of 5. We will win.
Oh, that's
There's
it.
no chance for them.
I have actually a question because, you played them just like 2 days ago, right? And did you learn anything specific from that game, but yourself, not as a team, but yourself from that game? Did you were like, oh, this round I could have done this differently because I know that Fnatic now does this specific play?
I think Fnatic is a really hard team to get like one-on-one duels against. They play like really disciplined. So you shouldn't take like solo fights against them. You need to play like a really good team together. Example versus Guild today, there's chances for you to get 1v1s and stuff. But versus Fnatic, it's really hard. They're like really disciplined on the retakes and afterplan.
I will
so you
say,
have to like communicate more with your team.
I will say, as someone who's been on the receiving end of the Durka Alpha Year treatment, is it really as tough as it looks? Because when we watch Durka and Alpha Year, it just feels like a bit of a they're bullying their opponents. You've gone up against them. What's it like to play against them?
It's really hard, especially versus Alpha Year. When he has a sheriff or something, you never know where to peek. You're really scared.
It's not when he has a Vandal. No. It's when he has the sheriff.
Yeah,
Vandal
when he
makes
has a
sense.
sheriff.
Because when Alpha A has the sheriff, he's like taking those really weird angles or just white picks because he's not worried about losing the round and losing the gun because it's already like on a disadvantage, right?
So I want to know, Zipan, you've gone against Fnatic a couple times, third time's the charm. How do you think you're going to prepare it differently? You say that you love to prepare. Is there any preparation that you can do against Fnatic, or you think it comes down a lot to how you're feeling on that day?
An icebox, GG.
I just think we have to play more as a team together, tighter, like more refrags, more communication. It's like really hard to beat Fnatic otherwise. As I said, they're a really disciplined team. We can't let them get anything for free.
This is the grand final we wanted. So thank you very much, Zipan, for qualifying for another grand final. But that is it from us today in terms of EMEA action. We do have a match bringing to you on this same channel I think we're on right now at around 10 p.m. CEST, and that is over at North America with Exet versus FaZe. I believe Bren and Saito are casting that game, and they're both really, really, really scared right now because they know EMEA is the best region. So, I think they're waiting for us to go to Copenhagen and show them why we're the best.
I mean, you heard Zipan, right? It's pretty tough to play against the EMEA teams because they're disciplined. I assume he's also talking about themselves.
I don't think they're ready. I don't think they're ready. Like when they see them on the server, I think that FPX is like the prime example of you don't know how bad it is until you're on the server and you're like, honestly, what do I do against this?
I'm looking forward to seeing what they will be doing tomorrow against them. Kaquka, thank you very much to you two. We're going to be back tomorrow with the grand finals. I can't believe I'm saying this, of VCT EMEA playoffs between FPX and Fnatic. We'll see you then.
Can't stop me now.